Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. We are off to Berlin today, Brandenburg Airport, from Aerosoft version 2.0, releasing tomorrow. And we're going to have a look at a pre-release preview of the update. It's going to be a free update from the folks at Aerosoft, and it's going to be in the Aerosoft store tomorrow. Now, Keflavik is super busy. Look at that. Some Osprey Holidays liveries, Air Berlin. Good to see them revived. Play as well. It's us and one other. And we've got two Osprey standard liveries and an EasyJet. Now, I'm going to be quicker than usual starting off because the controller has to go offline very soon. Oh, look, there's an Iceland 757-200. How I'd love one of those in the sim, eh? Ian, welcome. Dercy2, Mike, David, Brits, good morning. Yes, I stabbed myself in the hand with a screwdriver about an hour and a half ago, folks. And it hurts. It's quite deep as well. But hey ho. A departure out of Keflavik today, and a flight time of about 3 and a bit hours. Hi, commentator, welcome. And initially we have to kind of get a bit of an oceanic clearance. So there's a lot to be done. And I'm conscious the controller's going offline in about 5 minutes. So thank you to him for connecting as long as possible for us today to get us at least cleared. 1183 ATIS is information Charlie, so let me just dive straight in. Andy, welcome, flight team, hello to you. A quick way to start the stream. Keflavik Tower, good morning. Player 3, A32NX on gate 19 with information Charlie on board. Request IFR clearance to Berlin, cruise Mach decimal 78. Oh, Andy.
Keflavik Tower, hello. Oceanic clearance to Berlin. Oscar 3 Charlie departure. 63 north, 010 west, then Valdi. Climb via the SID initially, flight level 290, Mach decimal 78, and squawk 2534.
Clear to Berlin, Oscar 3 Charlie departure, then 63 degrees north, 10 degrees west, next Baldi's, climb on SID flight level 290, Mach decimal 78, squawk 2534 for player 3.
Player 3, your readback is correct. Information Charlie is current, QNH 1010.
Right, how are we doing on GSX? Boarding passengers.
Clear to Berlin via Oscar 3 Charlie departure.
Let's restart QATL because we want to get all of this out the way. We want to get moving because the controller is logging off in about 3 minutes.
290 Mach 0.80 squawk 24.
As it is a double hour for Andy. Oh. So 2534. Check the data. There's our takeoff speeds: 136, 137, 141.
Information Charlie is current. QNH 1010.
Oscar 3 Charlie departure out of runway 19 at Keflavik. Oscom. There's a discontinuity there. Gonna clear that. Then Valdi. And we've been cleared to flight level 2, climb via SID, climb flight level 290. So we'll leave it in managed climb. And we'll go from there. GSX, hopefully it's powered up again, it has. Pushback. APU. Pack fault's gone off. Do we want to request pushback? Yes, please. No, we don't need de-icing.
Please stand by until push is completed and brakes are set.
Turn the external power off. We want to check this. Make sure we've got all the ground equipment cleared.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey. Tower, player 3, stand 9, request push start.
Player 3, I've got an aircraft pushing on November 12. Hold position, I'll call you back.
We'll go hold position for player 3.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
November's that one, I think. Is that Hergy in his European Air Charter MD-80? I'll pop the beacon on in just a mo.
Locking gear.
Oh, I need to remove those chocks, I think, as well.
Offline, so you can monitor Unicom 122.8.
122.8 for Berlin 8.
And all stations, unfortunately, I need to head offline now. You can continue on Unicom 122.8. Have a great flight. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So, they will go off
Thanks for the ATC, chair.
when we put the beacon on. There we go, chocks and everything have been removed. We go to 1228. We tried to get out in time for him. I appreciate that controller coming along for us. I don't know if the EasyJet is just waiting or not.
Traffic.
Come on, EasyJet. Where's my
Safety information card in your seatbelt
furthest
pocket.
view?
To fasten your seatbelt, insert the flat
There he
metal
is.
end into the buckle and pull on the straps tight. To release it,
MK Studios
fasten the
Keflavik
buckle.
is pretty average, to be
Keep
honest.
your seatbelt back and lower tight across your lap, even when the seatbelt sign is off, and have it visible to the crew at all times.
Keflavik traffic, player 3, gate 9 is giving way to the EasyJet aircraft out of November, passing behind and then push start.
Wrap the strap around your waist, secure the buckle, and pull the straps tight. As you exit the aircraft,
Traffic Berlin 8 is pushback on start, stand 6.
located line
Oh my god.
automatically in order, and remember, never place your vest inside the aircraft. This Airbus A320 is the emergency exit, 2 doors in the front, 4
I think they,
just 2 doors in the back.
I don't think they can class that as a stable approach, can you?
All exits are clearly marked with a sign overhead. If necessary, floor level lighting will limit
Oh, where are we?
find the exit.
Yes, X. Continue pushback.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by until push is completed and brakes are set.
Standard pushback to start at point 10. There we go, it's the only option.
Release parking brakes.
These clear. Air Berlin's
Commencing push. Due to
All
icing conditions,
the way out
please
there.
stand by until push is completed and brakes
the
are
second the
set.
controller's gone offline, he's just it's gone to rat poo. It's so good. Let's fire her up. It's been a little while since we've been in the flybywire A32NX. We say bye to the blurry-faced man. David, yeah, it's displaying on the nav display the constraints. See where it says 1,000 there. If I turn that off, maybe that's a bad one. Let's see. There we are. So look at KF244 and those 3 waypoints. We turn the constraints on. It's then giving us the constraints so we can visually see what the managed autopilot mode will ask the aeroplane to do, basically. VATSIM GSX, yeah, standard GSX, doing its usual stuff. In fairness, we've got a custom profile for this today for FlightSim.to from MK Studios, and actually, look at that for a nice complex pushback. They've actually done a considered job with it, which is nice. I worry she's going to be ingested if we turn engine 1 on, but hey ho. She's actually in the engine now. Tracking the flight on. Balanta again. I keep thinking in this there should be more steps to push back, but I forget there literally there isn't because of it being an Airbus. Let's give her the thumbs up.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
And he says that was him coming into Nadi Nadi last night as well. Yes, you flew out of Auckland, wasn't it? Warren, that is very casual, isn't it? The play crew wear trainers. Flaps 1 plus F. 1228 selected. We're going to arm the spoilers. Both engines are available. Let's go ignition mode norm. Waiting for that to stabilise. Once that goes green, it has now. We can press the takeoff config button to get the checks. Auto brake max.
Truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Turn that off as quick as we can because we want to save fuel. Wellington, that was it, Andy. Yes. How was it? It's quite a nice little route, actually.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey
Do some control
532,
checks.
stand 4, push and start facing south after the player A320 is cleared, and we'll attempt to create space for the Wizz A320 next to me. Actually, we'll hold position. The Wizz
Dan, good afternoon.
Keflavik traffic.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 2+72, push it back from the stand 5. Keflavik traffic.
Have a good trip. So with that in mind, we can go to my system tray on Windows and actually close QATL completely. We don't need it anymore. Pop the taxi lights on. Thought it was dark in the overhead panel. Bar brake off. Let's get our charts. We're going to be out of the apron. Keflavik traffic player 3 is taxiing to hold point November 4 runway 19er via the apron.
Keflavik traffic easy 8508 after the departing British Airways A320 line up runway 19 on November 4.
Crikey. Osprey holidays, love it. Dan's 4 hours into leg 1 of the new Fly UK Formula 1 tour, Stansted to Bahrain. That's a long first trip, isn't it, that, on a tour. I suppose there, I would assume that you would get big ones out of the way. It's a bad time to do that. Fritz, I've downloaded that thing as well. So on Flow, folks, you can now get a SimBrief flight plan widget too, so it can show you everything in a summary basically. So at the very bottom of the screen you can see our routing today, including the coordinate 63 degrees north, 010 degrees west, the departure and the arrivals that we've planned for, the cruise winds, cost index of 43, cruise at flight level 370, and our departure, arrival and alternate runways as well with fuels. The only thing is it sticks on the screen, so you have to then go back into it like that.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 532 stand 4 after what appears to be an EasyJet A320 now passing right to left, push and start, face south, Keflavik traffic.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 490.
Look at that. What a diverse selection of aeroplanes. Adam, that's a good question. So when on Unicom, why do you say, for example, Keflavik traffic at the beginning and the end of the message? Because you're transmitting blind. So whereas before, if we had a controller online, we would be speaking to them, and initially we would have that that transaction of Keflavik Tower Player 3 in this instance. Because they've gone offline and Unicom can cover a fairly vast area, it's more useful, say for example in the UK. You'll have traffic out of East Midlands, Heathrow, Birmingham, all roughly in the same range for Unicom. So you then transmit on Unicom to say which airport you're at each little transmission basically. So Birmingham traffic, X, Y, and Z, and then whatever else. I don't actually know Dirty 2. It's very confusing, isn't it? Take off memo, snow blue. Effectively, if we're all going to the same destination as well, we need a couple of minutes separation. They're not circling anymore. 32.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 804 Foxtrot will be pushing back from stand.
Berlin's rolling.
After departing traffic behind me, or not departing, taxi traffic behind me. Keflavik traffic.
Oh, look at that. We've got the water spray. Now that is cool. Keflavik traffic, player 3 is lining up via November 4, runway 19. Lining up and waiting. Oh wow, that's an epic departure.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 532 is pushed from stand 4. Traffic to stand 8, you should have room to push now if you want. We've got a few checklists to run through. Keflavik traffic.
Keflavik traffic, stand number 8 pushing back. Thank you for stand number 4 giving way.
No worries.
Get that control visualizer up so you can see the inputs. Oh, Dan. Good effort. You know what, that's half the battle, getting the exam out of the way, and then it's just having the confidence to hit the connect button. But I guarantee it's easier for you to go to voice. I know we've kind of had this before a few times where I will say it's much easier to use your voice instead of text, but I promise you it is. I promise you it is. Right, really murky conditions.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 2472, taxiing to runway 19 via the apron and
Lights,
the Novembers.
signs.
Keflavik traffic.
Pop that on as well. That's all good. That's all set. Rudder trim is set back to 0. Keflavik traffic. Player 3's taking off runway 19 at Oscom 3 Charlie departure. Keflavik. Brakes off. Set a little bit of power first.
Keflavik traffic, Osprey 490, lining up runway 19.
2 clicks. Flex SRS runway. That's stick. Control inputs there on the left hand side of the screen. Got that stick pushed forwards at the moment. Through 100 knots, we ease the nose wheel pressure off. Nice D-rate. V1, rotate. To the flight director, into the pea soup. Positive rate, gear up. That is about that for the control visualizer in this instance. There isn't much else to do with it. Gears up, climbing away. It's a quite cool livery, isn't it, to be fair? Autopilot 1 engaged, we've got the managed modes on as well. Thrust lever. Climb.
Holding short runway 190, Keflavik traffic.
Very slow climb. Quite remarkable, isn't it? We've got Orbex's Iceland mesh as well installed. Not that we can see very much of it, but the thought was there at least. Let's see what we got here. Through 180. Keflavik traffic. Player 3 is airborne. 2,000 feet. Oscom 3 Charlie. So the METAR that we had at Keflavik, I know we didn't really talk about it on departure, but it was 150 degrees at 15 knots, all the 9s. Where is it? So it's information Charlie, runway in use 19, expect ILS RMP approach, runway 19, transition level, flight level 75, weather at 12:30 UTC is 136 degrees at 14 knots, visibility 9,000 meters in light rain and snow showers, broken cloud at 900 feet, broken cloud at 1,600 feet, temperatures 1 degree Celsius, dew point +1, QNH 1010, and then it says report MAC number on first contact for oceanic clearance, which is what we did at the beginning. Christopher, welcome. Hold on, have I... This is an interesting one.
Traffic. Learn 8 is lining up and wait for traffic. Traffic.
Where was that trying to send us? You know what? That's my fault for not checking. Just gonna quickly refer to the charts, work out 246 is probably the good one. And trying to enjoy the views as well, it doesn't help. I'm not going to direct to the next waypoint. What we're going to do is kind of slice it into straight line now. Oh wow, look at this. Andy, yeah, experimental version's up to date. In fact, I updated it this morning as well, just as an extra. My goodness. Huge pocket of cloud. I assume they're going to be cumulonimbus and full of ice, so let's just whack all the ice protection on. Mikhail's flying into Berlin version 1 from Aerosoft, 50 minutes en route from Antalya. Nice route. Dan, welcome buddy, thank you for joining us, new channel member. Oh, look at those emissives. I forget actually, I forgot how good the emissives were on the flybywire A32NX. Chris has checked the weather radar on Valanta. Yeah, that's what we're kind of going through at the moment. So in a way I could justify, I could say we were avoiding a storm cell by extending the outbound leg.
Keflavik traffic, Ice Air 456, flying on runway 19.
It's absolute madness, this weather. Yeah, we cleared the discontinuity after the SID dock, but initially when we were getting it all set up, it didn't look like there was one in the SID that was causing us a problem. But then at the same time, we were kind of rushing to get out to try and keep that ATC coverage. And one of the checks I usually do is plan mode and extend the actual SID to have a little look, but we didn't do that. God, look at that. The Sims weather system is just madness. It's a great way of saying I cocked up, Andy. I mean, in fairness, what we have actually done, I know this is excuse 2.0, but we have avoided a lot of these towering cumulonimbus clouds that we would have flown through. We'd have flown through all of these coming up. We'd have flown through this one and the next one as well. It's so annoying this doesn't have a weather radar in it. Or does it have a weather radar through Simbridge? Matthew, hello. Yeah, feel a lot better. 95% back to normal. Still every now and again doing little clumsy things. I was saying at the start of the stream, I accidentally stabbed myself in the hand quite nastily with a screwdriver trying to fix my other half's watch. Trying to get the back plate off to change the battery, and it slipped and sunk halfway through my hand. But it's fine, I've dealt with worse. Mats, welcome from the ski lift. Is this an add-on for clouds? No, this is live weather. Live weather and default MSFS clouds. Look at that. They are, aren't they, Tim? Oh, you know what? That'd have been a great screenshot. Just poking through that little pocket of cloud there. Alex, welcome. It is pretty average, to be honest. It's a very average scenery, that MK Studios big. Chris saying, thanks for flying the flybywire today. Haven't pulled the trigger on the Phoenix yet because I'm just not willing to give up the frames the Phoenix requires. The flybywire meets my Airbus needs. And the flybywire team put out a little thing the other day saying they've updated some bits on it, which mean that performance should be slightly better. Should probably turn the landing lights and things off. We look like, except for out that view, but it looks like we're about to ping out through to the tops of the cloud in a little while. There we go, look at that breakthrough. Let's go round the flight deck again, or around the aeroplane. Have a little look at that weather once again. We will go to camera view. Morse says, how did you make the custom views in the A32NX? And by doing the little file trick, removing 40 from the screen and all that sort of stuff. There's a config page that you have to amend in Notepad and things. I did do a tutorial on it over, I think, over a year and a half ago now. But the easiest solution is just to go to flightsim.to and download the custom view pack that I created. And you can just install them all for free. Yes, as Doc's saying, so flybywire have updated the aircraft a little bit. This is the experimental branch of the flybywire A32NX, but the development branch as well has had the same TLC. They've made performance improvements, so they've increased the frames per second that you get, and you also have less stutters too. Oh yes, look at that, there we go. Little glimpse of Iceland below. Yapagod, hello to you, saying, just come, why are you using the A32NX? I thought you would use the Phoenix. The flybywire A32NX is the aircraft add-on that made the sim advance the way that it did in the early days of MSFS being released, and it is still hands down, I think, one of the best freewares available in any flight simulator in all of history. So certainly what they've achieved and everything as well, performance in addition to all the rest of it, as well as it being free, performance is better for me in this than it is the Phoenix. So, and we shouldn't forget about add-ons like this. Look how good this is. A320neo as well, that's pretty cool. I really enjoyed my time QA testing with fly-by-wire. I spent quite a while actually, rainbow, quite a while with the project team helping quality test various GitHub pull requests on the system. And yeah, the model does need a bit of fixing. The flight deck looks wrong as well, as Christopher's saying. There are tweaks that could be made, but it's obviously still using the default Asobo thing. Ultimately, I'm not that bothered if the slight geometry of the A320neo cockpit is a little bit aloof, because the freeware and what that fly-by-wire team have achieved is quite remarkable, and to go and laser scan the entire flight deck of an A320 to get it to the millimetre accurate is incredibly expensive as well. Yes, they have a lot of donations, they have a lot of people supporting them too, so they probably do have the budget for it, but then it's actually getting it booked, getting it worked in, getting it done. Does holding now work in the A32NX? Being Path is asking. Yeah, it's worked for a long time. A very long time. I mean, can you remember those the days, the early days of the sim being released and us all trying to get on VATSIM? Do you remember one of the first videos that I did as a tutorial was how to fly a manual hold in the fly-by-wire A32NX all that time ago? Oh, you know what? Getting distracted again, aren't I? 370. So we got cleared to 290, but actually we need to climb to cruise now. They could ask Phoenix if they could use their cockpit, Christopher, but then they would probably want payment for it. And I don't know how that would then work. Plus it depends on how Phoenix created the flight deck as well. If, for example, they've purchased it off ProSim or whoever it is, they might have license requirements, all that. It's difficult to kind of work out. But you know what, Christopher, that's a question that I suppose could be asked. Don't ask, don't get. Can't see very much of Iceland, sadly, though the Orbex Iceland mesh I think is free, somebody was saying in Discord the other day. Mike's saying, do you think the Orbex meshes are worth the money? Some of them seem quite expensive. So the New Zealand Orbex mesh, for those of you who haven't yet purchased it, don't buy it. Just wait to see what it looks like tomorrow when the New Zealand World Update arrives in the sim. Ah, we've got some contrails up ahead. That's cool. Because I think, in all honesty, it might make the Orbex New Zealand mesh a bit redundant, to be honest. Goblins, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, the thing is, I know for some people it's a sticking point because the geometry's off. There are things that need to be kind of tweaked and fixed and improved with the default A320neo cockpit, which is what the flybywire A32NX uses, but I can overlook that because I don't sit and kind of measure the length of that panel, for example. For me, if the systems work and it looks great and it sounds great, that's enough. Yeah, the Orbex Alaska mesh is very good actually. Sometimes, as Jeff has said there in the next question following in the chat, sometimes a mesh can affect the airport. So if the mesh has improved the terraforming around the airport, and then a scenery developer has done their own terraforming and ground leveling and stuff like that to fiddle around with the creation of their airport, sometimes it can overlap a little bit. In theory, you shouldn't actually really notice very much. Doc says runway change in Berlin to 7 right. We'll have a little look in a little while to see what that will give us in relation to arrivals. Yeah, and I mean that's the other thing, Mike, as well. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator in its main, in its raw, as you see it form, is just spectacular without the mesh. Sometimes the mesh will really make it pop. New Zealand particularly is just stunning, but that area is going to have a complete revamp on Thursday evening when that world update arrives. So we're going to have all of that extra photogrammetry improvement offered as part of the world update, in addition to a load of included airports, the release of NZA simulations Christchurch, all of that sort of stuff is going to be included. So for that reason, certain mesh products I wouldn't purchase. Goblin, hello. Is there any progress to the Headwind A330neo? Not yet, no. Not yet.
Traffic.
I mean, he's literally 10 miles ahead. We're still fine. I don't know what his cruise is going to be, though. So this is where an offset track would be really useful. There's the coast. We go back out so you can actually appreciate the Orbex Iceland mesh, the little corner that we can actually see at the moment. It does give you fantastic visuals. Some sharp edges still though, look. That where it's kind of loading in underneath us. Christopher says, I'm interested in getting the photogrammetry update for Stockholm. As a sober can't be bothered. I don't know how it's going to work with the Orbex Brommer. I didn't know there was one available actually for Stockholm. Simon says, what I dislike about the A32NX, but it is an Asobo remnant, is the exterior model and the distorted texture mapping. I know Asobo work mainly with decals, but it makes repainting quite difficult. Yeah, I suppose that does make it quite tough. If you're looking to make really nice repaints, texture maps are a mess. Jeff can't stand the super clean external textures of the A32NX. The wing looks too clean. Well, that's just down to the livery, surely, because the livery creator could, could quite happily make a dirty wing. We have those dirty textures, don't we, with the dirty livery textures and things that make the airplane look like it's covered in oil and all that sort of thing. Bear in mind though, this is a brand new A320neo that Play has. On that basis I would expect it to still be a bit clean. What do we got? Let's have a look. Yes.
cruising altitude for flight. As you begin to settle in, I do want to remind you to please keep your seat elbows clear from the aisle as the flight attendant will be coming to the cabin with galley car shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating in the front galley when the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
Slowly loading in my Volanta screenshots. Yeah, the A32NX is great. For those of you who can't necessarily afford every add-on coming and you want variety, that's where you have things like... What's this? I've got an email. Guess what airport RD Presets is making next, folks? It's in Europe. There's a hint. Releasing on the 25th of February 2023. Yes, Brambles, Gibraltar. Very cool. Finally, a fairly accurate rendition attempt at Gibraltar. It's going to be interesting to see what that looks like when it releases compared to the Sobo's version. Adam was asking, can anybody join your flights and fly along on stream? Yes, you can, providing if we're on VATSIM, you obviously follow the VATSIM rules. So if we've got ATC, we deal with ATC properly, we file the flight plans properly, we use the appropriate call signs, and on Unicom we use Unicom correctly as well. Biggest rule obviously being that you know how to fly the aircraft you're using. Yeah, good afternoon. But yeah, every stream is basically a group flight effectively. Andrew, good morning. Iceland is certainly a bucket list place to visit, he says. If you've never been there before, great to see you fly to or from exotic places, Luke. Thank you very much. Got to thank Amphisim in the chat for the route today. Yeah, Andy, yeah. You know what, I actually think we had somebody do that once. Oliver says it's so weird. I was literally just looking at Gibraltar on the SimAware maps. Yeah, so you can expect some preview streams, I'm sure, across the sphere of content creators that are going to probably preview it. 25th is in 3 days, so I probably won't be previewing it then, unless I do another impromptu stream tomorrow. But there are things I kind of need to do as well. It depends on times and things. We might squeeze something in, I don't know. All depends if they send it to me or not. Iglet says, how would you compare the experience of the Aerosoft CRJ versus the PMDG 737? So I would say there that the CRJ is a great aircraft. It was my favourite for quite a while actually after its release. Hasn't got an auto throttle, so you have to manage the thrust quite carefully with that. And it's a really cool little jet as well to try and learn. Especially with flaring and everything too, the way it handles, the way it flies with those rear mounted engines. When you idle the throttle, that can actually drop the nose. If you accelerate, you increase thrust, it can lift the nose, so it can cause issues on flare. But the PMDG 737 is a very, very nice, polished, high fidelity experience. You get incredibly good value for money. You get some remarkably good aeroplanes from them, gotta say. And they're all very good. Depending on your budget, there's a 737 for everybody. You've got the 737-600 that's around £30. That's a really good value. Certainly if it's your first 737 experience or your first PMDG experience as well. Flies like a rocket as well, the little 600. Great fun. And then you got the big boys, the 800 and the 900. They are really cool. The 900, of course, only releasing recently. And the 737-700 as well, the original that released almost a year ago. Christopher says I should edit your config file to get better looking shadows so you don't get that wobbly shadow mess. Yeah, this. I mean, in an ideal world, I'd have a better spec so I can kind of turn settings up to neaten that out. Or to make it easier, just go to this wing. And then I don't need to edit the config because I don't see a shadow. Hello, Ram. Andrew says, who needs a boring early morning news when you can watch a British Av Geek live stream? Love you flying in different places. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, all fantastic, aren't they, Alex? The Just Flight 146 is tough to learn, but my goodness, it's very good fun as well. There's a lot to manage on that. It's very, very hands-on. Iglet says, I have the 737-800 and thinking about getting the CLJ for domestic US routes. I'm spoiled by the 737's fidelity. The CLJ is, to a good standard, it's certainly not a default aircraft. There's a lot of stuff to manage in the CDU. Brit says, I need custom views for the 900. I keep forgetting to set some up. You know, you can just, in the cruise, you can head down the cabin. You can walk through the flight deck door now, can't you? So you can zip through and just set a couple in flight. Simon's looking forward to the Just Flight Fokker 70 and 100. Yeah, and the Fokker F-28 Fellowship as well, is it? That's coming at some point, hopefully. In addition to the Avro RJ from Just Flight. But yeah, you can't open the flight deck door in the PMDG aircraft now, but they've updated it so you can walk through. It's a transparent texture thing, so you can take your camera through the door into the cabin. But it all depends on your keybinds. So for me, if I'm looking around, I can press and hold my right mouse click and I can do that. While I'm holding the right mouse button, I can then pull back on the yoke. That's where it gets really tricky. I can pull back on the yoke and then effectively walk either backwards or forwards whilst I'm still holding the right mouse click. If I was to let go of right mouse for whatever reason, then I would end up disengaging the autopilot and I would stick the aeroplane into a dive or a climb based on if I'm pushing forwards or back, so you've got to be careful doing it. But you could in theory do that where the flight deck door is, and then if you've got like the little left right arrow keys on your keyboard, you could just go like that straight through the door. Ooh. We found a see-through bit in the flybywire A32NX. Not quite. Probably be a whiles off, don't need those. I think I'm about to get overtaken at 500 feet. Should we have a little look at Valanta again? So we've left Iceland behind now, and that really horrendous storm that we had over Reykjavik, and that's our little journey today so far. We've got a couple of guys flying along. Fergie's off to Vega though in the Mad Dog, not Berlin. Oh, boo. Few inbound to Iceland as well, to be fair. We've got Air Berlin 3908 flying along. Easy 221 as well. Neither have got screenshots. That's Tom flying along with us today. David Osprey 490 in the 737-900 with some screenshots. Oh yes, he's in the Osprey Holidays livery as well, love it. Player 98. Charles as well, Iceland Air 456, old school 757-300. Wonderful. Fergie as well. He's got a few screenshots in his Mad Dog. Danish Air Transport. That's cool. Look at that for a screenshot. Ian as well, flying Osprey 2472. Oh, he's gone old school. He's got the original livery. Our very first livery. That's a great image. Look at that. And that as well. That's top. That's the very first ever livery that we had created for the channel, that. Fritz is flying as BVX. I'm actually trying to diagnose to see if it's just BVX. Oh no, it's just the way it's logged on Valanta. So, there's some of Fritz's screenshots. Oh, there's that person crashing. That's fantastic. Actually got it in a screen grab as well. 757 lining up too, that's pretty cool. The Osprey Holidays livery. Yes. Such a great livery, isn't it? And there's the Osprey Executive as well. 737, the Brome business jet in the distance. Nice to see model matching working overtime. Osprey 532's airborne as well. So our routing's going to take us off the Faroe Islands, or over the Faroe Islands. From there, over the Isles of Shetland Isles, and then passing over Stavanger, leaving Norwegian airspace into Danish airspace, passing overhead Aalborg, and then passing to the west of Copenhagen. There, Flytampa makes a great Copenhagen, and then heading over into German airspace, over Stralsund, Greifswald, Neubrandenburg, and then Eberswald, before heading into Berlin. Wonderful city. There we are. That's our whole route for today. Data Tango says, I bet the flybywire A32NX would look great on holiday, hint hint. We've got a whole load of other aeroplane sceneries that we need to kind of do as well, so we're still waiting for that Mad Dog scenery. There's a contrail really off in the distance there. The Icelandic coast as well, stretching out to the distance. Yes, things like the MD-80, we're trying to kind of get a livery created for that. And then we're going to work through a blend, just a selection of Osprey Airways Holidays liveries Don't want to splatter them for every aeroplane. Just want to work through a few. Maybe a Cessna 172 livery as well. Jeff says, have you tried any Garmin G3000 or G5000 aircraft since the AAU1 updates, the avionics, like the Honda Jet? Massive improvements. I haven't actually, no. To be fair. I find a lot of sort of smaller private jets so niche. Not really kind of my sort of style of simming. I like the airliners, that sort of thing. Whilst I do check them out though, for the purposes of reviews and things, so you guys can work out whether or not you would like to purchase it for your own sim experience. For me, like the H-Jet, I really enjoyed flying it, but the copy that I was given went out of date very quickly, and it's not something that I would then necessarily purchase for my own sim. Kemal says, do you prefer the fly-by-wire over the Fenix? I've been having the crashing on approach bug with the Fenix. I'm returning back to fly-by-wire. Ooh, yes. Is that the crashing where you land and then it just veers off the runway? We've not had that for a while, to be fair. Dan says, check out Skyways 1713 on Balanta. So you can search for users, can't you? Hold on. Skyways 1713. Oh my goodness. He's going big. There you go. So he's gone out of Stansted. This is Dan doing leg one of the Fly UK Formula 1 tour. Passed over most of Europe. Turkey. Where is he now? There he is. Over Iraq, actually. About to pass over Baghdad. On his way to Bahrain, there in the Persian Gulf. So he should have... Oh, there we go. He's flying C-10 as well. Is that the headwind A330 Neo? Oh, that's some great screenshots. I love how you can actually have the rainbow in the sim visible. That's quite cool. We do need that Fenix version 2 update, don't we? The man says no, the plane just flips onto the ground on final approach. I've never known that was a bug, to be honest. What causes that? First I've heard of it, to be honest. There's 2 Osprey 532. You could probably do Mach 80 for a little while, Dirty 2, and just sort of catch up a little bit. Iglet, yes, it's Berlanta, as Joey's put in the live chat there. It's powered by Orbex. Mike saying was watching yesterday's live stream back again earlier. The approach controller at Oklahoma City was incredible. That releases today, actually, the Oklahoma scenery by any builds. Yeah, shame they don't have an A310, Dan, really. That would have been perfect. What have we got for winds? Nice little 50 knot, 45 knot headwind, tailwind, sorry. We're about to get splattered. How their TCAS is not going off is beyond me. .370. Can we plan steps in this? I can't remember. Not yet implemented. Boo! That's the thing, there are things in this that the Fenix has that the flybywire A32NX doesn't have. Something like planning step climbs could be really useful. 37, 37, 37. Just looking at these at the moment. Yeah, no, so no step climbs for our route. Rich says his 900 ER is too heavy, flight level 350 is as high as I can go. Hopefully lots of gin in the cargo hold and lots of passengers on the way back home to Berlin from holiday. Kamal, when you say your plane flips onto the ground on final approach with the Fenix, what's actually, could you put in the live chat just to describe what's happening and what control inputs that you're sort of making at the time that happens? It's the first I've ever heard of it, to be honest. I'm not sure that's a bug. As Dan's saying there in the live chat, it's not Fenix bug without being, it's possibly user error. Perhaps getting the rudder input wrong when winds are variable. Ram says, when the Avro RJ comes out from Just Fly, are you planning on the modern or retro livery for Osprey? I haven't decided yet, actually, to be honest. So I'm not entirely sure. Mark says, have you seen that they've modelled wake turbulence in X-Plane 12? I have, yes. I think... Didn't Asobo say quite a while ago that they were modelling in one of the upcoming sim updates wake turbulence, and then all of a sudden X-Plane said, oh, we're doing it too. So I'm trying to find it now. So in November 2021, according to a previous developer's Q&A, limited wake turbulence directly behind an aircraft was implemented for the Renault Air Race update. I believe it is in the regular sim as well. There are no falling wingtip vortices that follow behind aircraft in sim update 7, no. So in the Renault Race, yes, but not in normal mode. So the sim has already got it, to be honest, by the sounds of it. Very loosely implemented into the Renault Air Race package only. So why they can't put it in just yet into the sim for everyone else, I don't know. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Christopher says, I've seen the Phoenix flip by Reddit users. The plane just flips like crazy. It's sometimes thrown right up into the sky at 1,000 knots or something. Probably some sim bug or third-party software. Could it be a break in the link of the Phoenix software? Because it relies on it being able to fly via the external program that Phoenix runs. So if there's maybe a break in that link, that would be the sort of thing I would imagine would cause that level of crazy behaviour. We've seen it before with other things where a link will break and then the aeroplane does something wild. Look at your controls, for those of you who remember me flying that a long time ago. Sam says, while I absolutely love the Just Flight 146, one thing I won't miss in the RJ at all is not having to set vertical speed and indicated airspeed values via sync mode. Yes, that makes things a little bit nicer to use, doesn't it? A little bit easier. Jeff needs him that Aerosoft A330 ASAP. Dan saying, have you seen the latest teaser stuff from Aerosoft for the A330 as well? Looks like it's coming very soon. Hold on, I've got to try and log in here. I can't get into the Aerosoft forums. My account has been locked. Good to see FlightSim.to starting to backtrack as well. I was covering it fairly loosely on Twitter when it first started to develop into something that, in terms of service, in terms of use stuff, that they went into conflict with a number of big freeware developers, and oh yeah, Christopher, got the link there. Brit says there's definitely something like that already implemented. The other day when I was flying with FSLTL, the AI was passing super close by. You could see the aircraft chop through the wake of the other plane. Oh, then absolutely it must already be in, but maybe just not as a physical wake turbulence, more as a visual wake turbulence perhaps. If that makes any sense. Good afternoon, Timeo. Delta Tango saying so many great aircraft to look forward to in 2023 into 2024. The 757, the A380, the A330, 777 and the ATR. It's loads, isn't it? And don't forget as well, Delta Tango, the Unibuilds A300, 600 F2. So many. Alex as well and Automator both looking forward to the A306. Peter, good day, buddy. That's the thing, isn't it, Alex? No matter who wins with the FlightSim.to drama, we all lose. Toby Eye Tracker. There's a SimFest campaign this week until the 6th of March with a 15% off the Toby Eye Tracker as well. And they've got a, what does this say here? We've also launched a sweepstake where anyone can gather points or entries to potentially win one Track Racer RS6 flight simulator, a TCA Captain Pack Airbus edition from Dustmaster, or a Toby Eye Tracker 5. And you can go to the sweepstake via https://engage.toby with 2 eyes .gg/simfest. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so if those of you who have missed it, I've tweeted about it over the week effectively, but FlightSim.to back in October-ish sort of time had actually changed their terms of service for developers uploading their own freeware packages onto the site for people to download and enjoy. Now, what they didn't do is actually put out to the developers to say, these are the terms of service that are being changed, click here to agree to them, and then give people the opportunity to read through it all. They just changed the terms of service in the background, and a lot of people now claiming that they didn't actually know about it, the adverse changes that come with it, and therefore the negative impact it has on their freeware products. Interestingly, Got Friends have pulled out from FlightSim.to on the freeware side of it, and they've fallen out with them, but they're still happy to sell their products on the payware side of FlightSim.to, because apparently, as Jonks put it, we're happy with the terms of the sales of their payware products with the contract they have. Which just sounds like to me they're kind of just getting involved for the purpose of advertisement, maybe. There's a little bit of me being cynical. because the official statement they put out saying we are leaving flightsim.to official statement at the very top, but then you have to read into it to see that we also want to make it clear that we will continue to support and update our payware products on flightsim.to, and we will ensure our customers continue to have access to the latest versions of products on this platform. The latest development is from 17 hours ago, flightsim.to saying we've talked with creators on a more agreeable approach to our deletion policy, adding the option for instant file deletion without reason and in explicitly stated cases like libraries after expiry of a reasonable notice period to effectively then allow people to have time to adapt their sceneries to remove the models within those libraries as they get deleted. It's all a bit weird though, because on their Discord server they said that they're looking at changing some of the terms and conditions to appease people, but then it had the caveat of this is what we propose, but our lawyers need to agree to it. Which then kind of makes me think, why put that statement out initially? Because if the lawyers said no, that's the end of that. Realistically, they should have consulted the developers first before making any of these changes, get the agreement and stuff in place, then go to the lawyers and then work out there before changing the terms of service. But they just in general not made a very good they've not dealt with this very well, have they? Let's face it. And the cases of explicit, so when they talk about the deletion, some of the deletions being refused in explicit cases, that includes news, Twitter posts and things that we have featured, which is potentially anything on the front page of their website as well, which is a bit weird. I don't know. I think they're kind of brushing around the edges of changing the terms, but they're just rewording maybe elements of what they've already had fallouts about. If you're enjoying today's live stream, make sure you hit the like button down below.
Level off. Level off. Clear of conflict.
I don't know what the EasyJet is doing. But it's causing me issues. TCAS is going wild. Yeah, absolutely. As Chris was saying.
Descend. Clear of conflict.
Honestly, what on earth? Just gonna work something out in a moment. Hold on. David, what's your speed? Are you doing Mach 0.78? Ground speed 498. This is actually going 10 knots faster. Ashley, nice one. Didn't even yawn or feel tired until I got home. That's good then. Kept busy throughout. Feeling better, yes. Or Depot Dolphin, I'm thinking of flying the NASA shuttle carrier aircraft on VATSIM on a scale of 10 out of 10, or 10 to 10. How much carnage will that cause? Ram saying, what are your thoughts on the Latin VFR A320 CEO from screenshots shared so far? I just think I like Latin VFR and their scenery. Their Barcelona, for example, is nice. But I think now they've kind of gone into aircraft development because they've just seen the dollar signs with those of you on Xbox who just want a variety of aeroplanes without necessarily the complexity behind it, or the effort put into actually creating anything half decent. They are just taking default systems and stitching it into whatever model they can create or purchase from somewhere else, stitch it into a package and whack it into the sim. Yeah. I remember when Captain Sim released their 777 and it didn't have sounds, and there was uproar. A lot of us across YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, the MSFS forums and all the rest of it, all across Discord, people were lambasting Captain Sim for being utterly scummy in effectively what they were doing. Latin VFR has released effectively the same kind of level of aeroplane with some sounds added into it. It's all default autopilot, everything else. I just think it's mugging off people on Xbox, but then it's designed for an entirely different audience, I suppose. It's not a complex system like the PMDG creates or Aerosoft, making that sort of mid-range level of aeroplane simulation. It's literally, I think, aimed at arcade gamer flight simmers, which is frustrating. But I really hate the marketplace stuff anyway. The fact that people on Xbox have to pay £5 for a fairly mediocre livery for something, I think is a disgrace. Yeah, Simon's saying that Latin VFR aren't hiding the fact that it's it's all default systems. In theory, therefore, you should know what you're buying. Captain Sim just released it because people were hyped up about getting a 777, but again, it's playing to a particular audience, people that won't necessarily put the research into looking at what that product offers. Aaron saying it's a cash grab to an extent. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Latin VFR stuff. I think if they'd have stuck to scenery, that'd be a little bit more honourable and a little bit better. But it seems to be now that a lot of their time and effort is going into making fairly crappy aeroplane add-ons instead of scenery, which is a shame because they made good scenery. And I would like to see Latin VFR update their Santiago scenery as well, because that could do with a refresh to make it look a bit better. The thing is, Aaron, I tried to package a load of liveries up for Osprey Airways and put that into the marketplace for folk on Xbox, like Ram, to be able to download and enjoy and feel a little bit more engaged with the channel by flying our Osprey Airways jets. Unfortunately, they just ignored it. They don't want it, because I suppose I wanted to list it for free, not require any money for it. And ultimately, Sobo, Microsoft, whoever it is that actually manages the marketplace, they want to make money. They want their 30% cut out of all the add-ons. They don't care how crap they are. RAM, no. Latin VFR use all default stuff. They tweak some of the numbers, but they effectively take the A320 files, the A320neo basic files, and they tweak the numbers to package it into the A319, the A318, the A321, that sort of thing. Andy says put it on for 50p. Actually, that's not a bad idea. We could do that, couldn't we? Or, you know, try and list it for 3p. 50p, yeah, 30%. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually, Andy. Maybe I'll look to, if Tapsy's watching, maybe we could package something together, Tapsy. We could get it sent off to get it listed for 50p or you know, or 40p or something. Sobo can have their. Actually, let me do a quick bit of math. I'm terrible at math. So that would get them 15p a profit. That's too much. There you go. How about that? We try and list it for 30p, so they make 9 pence. Yeah, Mike, it is. It's a bit of a cowboy land for flight simmers, I think. The marketplace. Look at those, the livery packs that you can purchase for £5, and they're pretty rubbish liveries. But it's angled at the people on Xbox that are effectively trapped, because you can't go to flightsim.to on Xbox and take that, take the package and put it into your Xbox, unfortunately. Ram says, could work, but as an Xbox player I never see anything under $4.99, so may get denied but no harm in trying. So here's a question back for you, Ram. Have you purchased anything on the Xbox marketplace store for MSFS? Have you purchased things like liveries and things like that? And how does it make you feel as an Xbox user for Flight Sim when you know that folks like myself can go onto flightsim.to and just grab the same for free? Aaron, very, very cool indeed. We had a controller for a few moments, so to whoever that was, if you are still watching, thank you. Sorry we couldn't get it done quick enough to sort of have us depart and things with the tower being online. They're at the same altitude as us. .3. That's not a bad idea actually, Delta. Just have a one big livery pack for $4.99. I'd have to speak to all the livery creators to make sure that they're happy. Just obviously that, because it's money involved. I wanted to do it for free, so there's no money involved. I'd have to make them agree that we could package it all up effectively and then sell it for a nominal fee. There you go, a little follow-up email from InnyBuilds, folks, from yesterday's preview. Oklahoma City for Microsoft Flight Simulator from InnyBuilds is now available to purchase. It's now out via the InnyBuilds store. Air Dog, thanks, buddy. Quickly fire an email back to any builds while I'm here. Do.
Descend. Clear of conflict.
Oh my good grief. 2.5 miles. I actually don't know what to do with this. With this guy. That's the thing. He should go onto an offset track behind and just overtake, or create spacing, 'cause it's going to cause issues. The EasyJet flight there behind us. Ooh, Tap C, awesome. He's got MSFS back on download, Disk C. Hoping to publish Osprey Airways 737-900 tomorrow or even today. It's very exciting. Simon, yes, saying one other thing, that developers like PMDG and builds, etc. don't include real airline liveries because of licensing issues. Yeah, same with when Asobo purchased or released the sim, and we thought we were going to have all those liveries included on release. Effectively, they have to get licensing agreements in place from those airlines to allow it. Basically, it's a bit tricky, and then costs legal money and all that sort of things too. So nearly impossible. That's the weird thing, isn't it, Simon? Maybe when Asobo or Microsoft host it in the marketplace as a livery pack, they have a legal clause there that they cannot be held responsible for any legal issues that may arise from claims from airlines in relation to the livery packs, maybe. It's a bit of a grey area. MSFS, I'm actually trying to log back into the developer forum at the moment. Marketplace Partner FAQ. The new Marketplace Partner program provides a streamlined path for you to partner with Microsoft and sell your content directly from the sim itself. With no cost to sign up, you need to apply and be approved in order to get started. Once you've been approved and you've published content in the Marketplace, you'll be able to see how your content is performing, how much revenue you are earning, and automatically receive payments based upon your payment profile. We firmly believe that the new built-in Marketplace provides a great opportunity, blah blah blah. Nonsense, selling things. The Marketplace will operate under an agency model, which means you as the content creator will set the price for every piece of content you submit. Interesting. They don't want free stuff though. Sure, I've already done this 2 or 3 times. I'm gonna click through the links while we're live to try and actually work it all out. Dan says, do you remember how excited we all got in September 2020 when Project Megapack released 6 liveries? Spirit Airlines flew all over Europe for a few weeks. That was quite cool, wasn't it? It was good. There were good times. And I was flying British Airways around the Caribbean, bizarrely, as well. Those of you who remember the really early days. Peter in La Palma, welcome. No, you know what? My application, I'm not even joking, actually, with this. How do I show this? Window capture. That's FAQ. Over 7 months now. Not even joking. It's still under review. So they haven't ignored it. I thought it was just they've just ignored it. Went no. Fairly convoluted process trying to get logged into this, but they have literally just sat on their backsides with it the whole time. How ridiculous is that? I can't believe that's still under review. Avik saying, when are we flying the 175? When it improves and stops being on the level of Captain Sim. It doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't make it interesting to fly. It makes it bloody awful. And it's something I really wish that they just waited to release. because it's pretty crap, isn't it? Let's face it. I know they put the branch early access there, so they've kind of got the caveat of early access in place, but it's just rubbish. It looks nice though. External visuals of the aircraft look nice, but that's where it ends, unfortunately, with the FSS Embraers, which is a shame. The Shetland Isles are somewhere down there. Left him in me smoke. Don't think we're going to be able to see the outskerries and stuff from here. Doesn't look like we can. Bit too far away. The CRJ is great, Sim Eric. Really nice. Hey, Shadowbox, welcome. That's the problem, Avik. So the ads, perfect word, the ads made it look amazing, and that's exactly what they're there to do. Unfortunately, the folks at Aviation Lads are basically an advertisement agency for flight sim add-ons, so developers will pay fairly good money for them to make even a turd look polished and good. And because they pay for it, they're not going to turn around and say, oh, we're not taking your money, we're not going to create an advert, because it's misleading, even though I found them all to be misleading, which is then a breach of advertisement rules here in the UK. But they will just turn around and say it's not an advert, it's content creation. So all a bit of it's all a bit of a murky world, I suppose. I don't know. Elk, hello, welcome. You've got to be careful with certain videos, effectively, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube or whatever else, with the way things are presented. Sometimes you've got to be very careful with what you're watching. Hey, there's the outskerries. Unst, Fettler, Skatsa, Airport, Walsey, outskerries as well. The Shetland Isles in view there. Sim is asking for the METAR at LFRS. I don't actually know, and it's not a command, sadly, but I can find out for you. Oh my good grief. There you go. I'll put it in the live chat for you. Yes, that is going to be absolutely hell to land a CRJ in that. Let us know how you get on. That sounds bloody fun. Winds 270 at LFRS at 8 knots, variable 230 at 290, 3,600 meters visibility in light rain, misty sort of foggy conditions, broken clouds 700 feet, unknown cloud type, broken cloud 1,300 unknown, overcast 1,800 unknown, towering cumulonimbus, or towering cumulus, sorry, 10 degrees Celsius, plus 9 degrees for the dew point, 1014, temporary showers and rain, broken 1,200, broken 2,000 towering cumulus. Woohoo! That is a funky, funky weather report. Yeah, it's a different type of content, isn't it, Ashley? That's the thing. Unfortunately, a lot of it is very misleading. Rose-tinted glasses on everything, basically. Or is that the saying? Okay, that slight right turn there means that we are now inbound Norway. Ram says, is it me or is the stream, does the stream have a slightly increased delay more than normal today? It could be, it's on normal latency today, not ultra low or low latency. Basically tinkered with some of the settings, which will mean the chat could probably be about 30 seconds delayed, I think. Jimmy, hope you're good. This experimental branch for fly-by-wire has VNAV in it as well. So if we look at, is it server announcements? Progress. So 15th of Feb, we've recently merged two fixes for the fly-by-wire development and experimental versions that improve display rendering and systems execution performance into both of the versions. So therefore we should see considerably more stable frame rates and less spikes, and it does seem a lot smoother than the previous version they've updated. And they've also said that they are also working on two further fixes that will bring additional improvements. They haven't really said what they are yet. The experimental version as well has GSX integration on the experimental branch only at the moment. So if you update your aircraft to the experimental branch of the fly-by-wire A32NX, then you can explore that too. Yes, the runway's changed for it. It's 09 now, isn't it, I think? Hey Shadowbox, cheers buddy. Yeah, anything we've done an Osprey paint on is usually a great aircraft to enjoy with a mix of payware and freeware. That's the key as well. We don't want to just make liveries for payware aircraft. It's about what everybody enjoys to fly. Enjoys flying. What's the? Hopefully, let's see if there's actually an ATIS at Berlin at the moment. It is DDB. Yeah, so no results. 07 right from Doc in the chat there, our resident flight planning expert. Which means we need the Ketap 7 right arrival instead, isn't it? We can kind of go through it now because we're just above the halfway point. If I go to Navigraph, that was our departure out of Keflavik, out of Oskum. From there, you can see our route. It's about halfway. About to go over. We're heading over towards Stavanger and that part of Norway at the moment. But as we arrive, we've got a lot of different SIDS and stars to choose from. We're flying in via Ketap, so we're going to link in via Ketap, but we were originally planning for 25 left. The winds have changed. Therefore now we want Ketap 07 right instead, which flicks it across to that side. So initially flying this extended downwind, followed by sort of dogleg in, another extended downwind that's closer to the field, then a very tight base and final turn. Runway 7 right, Ketap 7 Romeo. We need to then pin the charts because it's doing weirdness on Navigraph, so we have to actually find the charts for it. And we'll pin both of these, Cat 23 ILS and just the standard ILS lock approach. Depends what the weather's going to be like. But that's this, look. I don't think we're going in via Lowenberg though. Let's see, Ogba. Attack Ogba. There we go. So we're going Ketap, Ogba, turning inbound. 22 DME from KLF, which is up here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Glasdorf. Then we're going to turn in for the final approach. So we'll have the VORs, Berlin Brandenburg 114.1 BBI, and then the ILS tuned in at 1097, IBSE for the 4-letter identifier, and of course for nav 1 and 2 of 065. Yeah, Mikhail, more in the sense of that it just is in. That's the charted procedure there. That's what we're kind of on about. Get up 7 right, Ogba, sort of kink in a little bit, and then fly that extended downwind leg base final turn on the charts. But as you're saying, it's kind of a little bit more like that. Get up, Lowenberg, Ogba, turning inbound, and then on their ILS approach. And there's the charts, the sort of cross section of the glide slope from Tegbo at 3000, descending down to the threshold. Minimums 352 feet for the standard ILS. If we're looking at Cat 2 or 3, then we've got Cat 2 ILS, decision altitude of 252 feet, Cat 3A, autoland 50 feet minimums. Oops, dock. Dock's accidentally hidden Fritz. I've unhidden you. And he says Novosibirsk Airport in Russia is online, never seen that before. Jimmy says, do you recommend Flow Pro? You know what, the more I've used it, the more I've got used to it, it is really, really good. Probably one of my best purchases so far, actually. It's not been sent to me for the purpose of... it's not been sent to me for the purpose of a review or anything like that. I've literally purchased it from Orbex Direct, but my goodness, it's very good. This is Flow Pro, so it's the more expensive version of the add-on. But you can then download and use widgets like the VATSIM widget. We've got the GSX integration widget here as well, which is really handy. SimBrief OFP widget, which Fritz pointed out to me yesterday. We've downloaded that for today, so you can have a little look at the summary of our route. Controls visualizer down the bottom, so you can see using the widget what inputs we make. You can change the weather as well. This is a really cool little widget there. And you can click these to actually change the way that the weather's displayed. So miles per hour to kilometers an hour, rage, change the temperature, change the QNH between inches of mercury and millibars. It's very, very cool. You can do auto METAR search, so here we can click there instead just to bring it across a bit better. EDDB. Hold on. Auto METAR search. EDDB, there we go. So winds 120 degrees 7 knots, variable between 090 and 150 degrees, all the 9s. Overcast cloud at 3,300. Temperatures plus 9 degrees Celsius, dew point plus 4 degrees Celsius, QNH 1016, no significant change expected in the next 2 hours. That's the METAR currently at Berlin Brandenburg. You can actually click MSFS METAR there too, although I don't know what that does exactly. David says, where is the SimBrief widget? If you go to the Club Lounge in Discord, the members bit, scroll up, find Fritz put the link in there yesterday, I think it was, Fritz. Yeah, look at that. It's got all of the sort of useful information that you need summarised without you having to then look at sim brief again, basically. Your block fuel, your reserves, your relevant weights, zero fuel weight, takeoff weight, landing weight, calculation estimates, passengers. Weirdly enough, 0 kilograms of cargo. Got to click that one. You can set this as well, so you can set automatic server. So those days where the West Europe server might go down, you click that and it will automatically switch you to the next best server based on your ping automatically. And you can predefine tiles. So in here, if we press and hold this, we're on dynamic wheel for the A320neo. We can scroll down and actually select widgets for autopilot master, autopilot nav or heading modes, landing gear extension, brakes, rotor brake for helicopters, flaps up, flaps down extension. So if you have, or I don't know, if you were flying on VR, you can literally just use the flow wheel to control most of the systems on board. It's really, really impressive actually what they've done. And you can then also hide this at the very top. Although I've left it open because every now and again I use VATSIM radio. And I haven't yet worked out how to create my own widget for it. Flight Sim, my Mac was 7.8. I'm having to do Mac 8.0 because of the EasyJet behind stuffing us up a little bit. I'll go back to Mac 7.8. I'm only 5 miles behind whoever that is. Good evening, MPS Gaming, welcome. Mikhail as well. Oh no, actually, hold on. Not Mikhail, it was... Mats off to Oslo Godeman. Very nice. Simon's saying yes, it's a lot of German airports will use these zigzaggy kind of approaches and things, but Simon there saying that Berlin Brandenburg has the strange peculiarity that it has no real stars in a classic sense, but several initial approach fixes from where you can either take a conventional leg for the standard ILS or the RNAV transition. However, it goes on to say that the conventional leg is never used. Basically, they always give you the RNAV transition, then in the middle of that a shortcut so you don't have to fly the whole thing. In this case, as Mikhail was saying, Keta. Jimmy, yeah, so some of the content creator stuff is only available in the Pro widget, and that is things like the control visualizer. But a lot of these widgets, like landing rate, so the landing rate widget when we pop up, those of you who were watching yesterday and the day before, we had the little landing monitor at the very top left here with our touchdown rates. We'll have it at Berlin as well, so have a little look when we arrive there. We can expand and look at the touchdown zones, where our wheels have touched in relation to the touchdown zone. All that is really impressive. But just generally, it's a very useful bit of kit. GSX launcher and the VATSIM ATIS is really useful in the flow widget. You don't have to go back to bPilot to find the ATIS in that sense. It will then take it and put it into the widget for you. Delta Tango, welcome. Ian says the flight sim radio widget is found in the MSFS panels widget number 10. That's not for VATSIM radio though. Yeah, Ram, your best aircraft in Xbox at the moment is probably the Inibuild's A310, and it's free. Jimmy says that Flow's design says take my money, so I guess I will. Love the way it looks. Initially, I think I spent a few weeks just trying to kind of get used to how it looks and how it works, because it's so different to kind of what I've used before, and we've all got used to this top bar as well. So you're having to change your habit effectively, but now I've got used to it, it's a really good bit of kit for the sim. Old Drew did his first VATSIM departure from Manchester last night. Says he made a fool out of himself, but nothing went to plan. Even taxi. Stick with it though. It doesn't matter. Dust yourself off. Try again. Keep trying. You'll eventually master it, and then you won't look back. A lot of it is about kind of just getting used to being on VATSIM and having the confidence to keep connecting. The more the merrier says, how good is Flow in VR? So I can't answer that because I don't have a VR headset, but I think it was designed with VR in mind, so you could set a hotkey somewhere, a button in your sim on your keyboard, on a yoke or something, so you can trigger the pop-up flow bar. Whilst you're in VR, this will pop up, and then you can select each of the wheels basically. So I don't know how it really works on virtual reality, but hopefully somebody in the chat might be able to help with that question. Audrey says in the air it went fine, but the sim crashed on final. Oh, that's not good. Do you know what caused the crash to desktop, Audrey? Fair enough. What was your route then? What were you flying into? What scenery did you have installed? Maybe we can try and isolate the cause of the crash. Might be worth trying a different route next time you connect to VATSIM. Oh, it disconnected from server, fair enough. That does crash every now and again when it does stuff like that. Steve says my sim crashed coming into Dublin in final last night. Is that the MK Studios Dublin? Because it causes crash to desktops for many people, sadly. Including me, which is why I've uninstalled it, and I also don't fly anywhere near Dublin anymore. Oh, Ian, awesome. Let's try and find that then. I'll put it here. Although maybe we can move some of this around. So auto meta search. Let's see. Oh yeah, there it is. Excellent. So I could put meta search there. Remove auto meta search from that one. It's got an auto top of descent calculator there as well. And then we can do VATSIM radio. Look at that. Dirty2 gets MK Studios Dublin crash to desktops as well. Had to uninstall it as well. Just wish they'd update it. Yeah, they're working on version 2, aren't they? It's just taking them a while. Aaron Crosby, good afternoon. Delta Tango, we are in the experimental version of Flybywire's A32NX today. Ruggy Freestyle, we are player 3 today. That's our call sign. Chris Scott, welcome as well. Enjoying Play Airlines. Red, favourite colour as well. Stop a descent calculator. ICAO foot per minute, so EDDB. Descend 181 nautical miles from Berlin at 300 nautical miles in 349 nautical miles from 35,411 feet. That doesn't make very much sense. Let's see, 18. 151 nautical miles. I don't know, that doesn't make much sense. We'll follow the VNAV on the flybywire v2.0. A shadow box. It's got things like VNAV, and that's not yet in the development branch. So the experimental version of flybywire's A32NX has got a few other features, though they do have the caveat of you know, it is literally an experimental branch for the purpose of very thorough testing. Eventually all of the things in the experimental branch get moved into the development branch, and the things in the development branch become the stable branch. Yeah, David, so that is the pressure altitude. We're flying at flight level, so we're in fact we can demonstrate the difference here. So on the left we're flight level, which is QNH 1013 or altimeter 2909 for inches of mercury folk in the US. If we look at the standby instrument though, 1013 is our pressure altitude at flight level. So 35,413 feet. Three 5,413. So the pressure outside the aircraft at the moment is 956 hectopascals compared to 1013 hectopascals. There's a huge pressure difference, and all that pressure is being exerted on the aeroplane. Simon says, my opinion, a new pilot on VATSIM who makes some mistakes but is willing to learn is so much more pleasant than a 1,000 hour pilot who still neglects to make Unicom calls on final approach. Well said, Simon. Yeah, the difference is somebody trying to learn. They need to be supported and helped. Goodness sake. Thing is that whoever that is in the EasyJet, their TCAS must be going absolutely berserk, and they're just ignoring it. Aldrew. Yeah, you know what, that will come with experience. As you chip away, you'll get used to it more and more, and your flow of your readbacks and your flow of your transmissions will feel a little bit more natural as well. It just comes through, you know, trying and trying and trying. APS Gaming says, if you fly from Iceland or to that, do you need to book flight for use flight over Atlantic Sea like you do North America? No, you don't. But you do, as we had on departure. We had Tower Online at Keflavik for a little while. What we ended up doing was getting an oceanic clearance within that.
Clear of conflict.
Okay, but that's now me catching up with them. It's just a shame I can't do offset tracks. Just try and work my spacing out here a little bit. Delta Tango, so the problem is, I think we probably would have the fuel. Usually when we fly, we don't all fly at the same altitude. Usually we kind of stagger, so around me will be 2,000 feet separated. So yeah, for example, I take flight level 370, someone else would take 390, someone else would take 350, so we don't have the conflict. We'll see how that works for a little while. Elk, no worries, buddy. Audrey, try voice. Tim, no worries, buddy. Are you doing max 7.8? You could try and do max 7. If you do max 7.9, try and do that. So that last TCAS was actually me catching Tim up. So that's for me to deal with now. That's I've got to manage that. So what I did a moment ago for Tim was I've slowed down a little bit to max 7.7 to kind of get that separation beyond 5 miles again, and then I've gone back to max 7.8 because I think we're both flying at the same speed, which is fine. Just holding that separation out a little bit more. We've all bunched up massively. I mean, Elk overtook David somehow. Below us at the moment, we can't really see. We can't see the ground at all, but Stavanger's down there somewhere. Bergen further up to the north, a couple of 100 miles up the wingtips. We're just brushing Tim's contrails there as well. They're kind of tickling the wingtip of our aeroplane, so we extend round. Oh god, sorry about the terrible camera work there. Yeah, his contrails are just moving past the wingtips, if you can see that. Hopefully you can. Hey Shadowbacks, the only options really for that flying North America to Europe would be the A310 or perhaps Boeing Business Jet, BB Jet 2. Yeah, Ram. It takes a while to load that sort of thing. Putting your flight plans into the A310, probably a little bit longer on Xbox, to be honest, as well. But I'd just say embrace it. Give that a go one day. Go on your phone, get SimBrief up, have a look at the flight plan, and try and insert it all one by one and build that flight plan yourself. It does take a while. A lot of the time on PC, when we're flying, we'll more than likely spend about 30 to 40 minutes on the ground getting stuff set up. That's normal. Yeah, the headwind A330 is pretty good, as David's saying, but for things like cross the pond, I wouldn't use it for that, to be honest. G, welcome. Boag, awesome. You're more than welcome. I'm glad to hear that those tutorials are still coming in handy. Yeah, things like the Q&H, Drew, you can find via vPilot. So you can type in vPilot, the little text box at the bottom of the chat kind of thing on vPilot. You've got a bit where you can type in. You can type .METAR space and then the airport that you're either flying out of or flying into, and it will then pull the METAR in for you, so you can actually then review it. So things like Berlin. Q&H is 1015 at Berlin at the moment, so if we were a bit closer and we were coming up to descent and we knew there was a tower controller online or something, I would write Q on the piece of paper, Q1015. Same with the winds, 120 degrees 8 knots, that sort of thing. When you're looking at your departure routings, out of Keflavik today we flew out of runway 19, Oscom 3 Charlie departure. So The departure was part of our pre-flight planning. We're flying to Oscum, then 63 degrees north, 10 degrees, 010 degrees west. And from the ATIS we knew runway 19 was in use. So using things like Navigraph, you can then match up. Let's have a look. Maybe I can actually just sort of talk us through it. So this was us departing Keflavik in Iceland. We saw on the ATIS from the tower controller the runway 19 was in use, which was perfect. So using Navigraph, we can have a look at all of the charts, and we knew we're flying to Oscum, so we can look at all of the charts that have Oscum in the words. So Oscum 3 Alpha to begin with. It says here runway 01 R nav departure, so we don't need that one. That's for a different runway. So we look at the next one, Oscum 1 Bravo, runway 10. Again, it's not the right one. So the next one down, Oscum 3 Charlie, runway 19 R nav departure. Perfect. That's the one we want. So we then know we're going to take off runway 19, and we're flying to Oscum. So the departure routing that we're most likely to be given by ATC is the Oscum 3 Charlie departure. So I will then write down on my piece of paper BICF, which is the code for the airport, BIKF. There we are, top of the chart. I'll write BICF /19 for the runway, and then I'll write Oscum 3 Charlie, and then the transition of Oscum. So I'll then write Oscum after it. I'll then write the QNH, my stand number, all of the information that I would expect to hear in a clearance before Crikey, Tim, you're descending already? We've got miles yet, Tim. Unless you're just stepping down to 350. Yeah, keep smashing the like button, folks. If you are enjoying today's live stream, lots watching. Great to see you all tuning in. Simon says, I think my record for setting up a flight from spawn in to pushback was well over an hour in the Mad Dog. It takes ages in that, doesn't it? Buck Rider, welcome. MG King did his first VATSIM event at the First Wings event last Saturday in Athens. Was great, but the controller was so bad I had to ask the controller to repeat the instruction a few times. Jesus, can I actually know which transition I should take, or do I need to watch the charts? So, let me show you sim brief. So that's our route at the very bottom of the screen. Oscu, in fact, if I put it, oh no, it only goes there, doesn't it? That's annoying. Oscu 3 Charlie to Oscum, direct then to that coordinate, because we were flying a little bit oceanic. Voldy, Zol, Lima 612 to Aalborg in Denmark, Koseb, Rodep, Tango 220 to Ketap, and then Ketap 25 left. So the last waypoint in our flight plan is the transition into the star, most likely, and then in green we have the star after it, Ketap 25 left, but we've actually changed it now to Ketap 07 right instead because of the runway change at Berlin. And from the Oscu 3 Charlie departure, the transition is Oscum. That is the next waypoint. So what you then do, if you just have the waypoint, if it just said Oscum, you can work through the charts and review the information you need to find what you want, basically, to find the transition and the SID and the star that you need. Jocks, he's flying an offset route. As Simon is saying there, is a good tip. Everywhere outside of the US, the SIDs and stars usually have the same name, as the waypoint where the procedure begins or ends, which makes it easy to try and plan and anticipate and work out what SIDS and stars you need to use. In the States, though, you get stuff like Freedom 5 arrival into Washington National Airport, DCA. So then you'll have to look through your flight plan route to find which one matches up. Now, where Navigraph makes things easy, if you were to look at the arrivals into... In fact, let's look at the departures out of Keflavik. So there's Oscar, right? If I then click the pen, because we haven't yet decided which one we need, we've already selected runway 19 in the charts on Navigraph, which then will display at the very top the departure routings linked to runway 19. Because we've clicked the pen, what it's now done is also visually shown us which procedures go where, which departures go where. So if we can zoom in, we can have a little look and find Oscom, which is that. There we are. So Oscom 3 Charlie, and it literally tells us Oscar 3 Charlie dot Oscom. So Oscar 3 Charlie departure, Oscom transition. Pixux 2 Charlie departure with the transition at Pixum. Rimu 1 Charlie with the transition at Rimham, that sort of thing. And then we selected Oscom 3 Charlie, which then gives us the departure routing like so. VATSIM, that's really weird actually. Check the data in your route legs page to see what you've got, because we aren't even at top of descent yet for after COSEB. There you go, if that helps with your planning. 35 miles after COSEB is our top of descent. Yours should roughly be similar. The book writer says, what do I need to turn off again when flying for Fly UK and Osprey so they don't interfere log-in flights? So if you're flying Osprey, log it on LRM. If you're flying on Fly UK, log it on Skytrack, but don't log both at the same time because you'll have your account with Fly UK suspended. Good morning, Michael. Who's Tex Johnston? There you go, Doc saying top of descent can be seen in the perf page. Distance to top of descent, 294 miles, there you go. Hopefully if that helps. Tim? Oh, Tim, no worries, buddy. I'm doing max 7.9 to try and get spacing with the EasyJet behind me. What else? So this Berlin Brandenburg scenery that we're flying into, because I know there was a lot actually to talk about with this. It's a major update to version 2 that they bring into Microsoft Flight Simulator Airport Berlin Brandenburg via the Aerosoft store. It's going to be a free update available from the 23rd of February on the Aerosoft shop. It says the DLC covers the new airport Berlin Brandenburg as well as the former Berlin Schönefeld airport. And they have lots of new features, noticeable new features. It's now compatible with Xbox, so those of you who use Xbox, you will now be able to eventually purchase and download this Berlin Brandenburg scenery from Aerosoft. Dense animated custom ground traffic with applicable lights and sounds. New apron echo extension with parking positions Echo 21 to Echo 35 including static GPUs. Apron alpha extension with new parking positions from A13 to A19. They've got the new Honeywell VDGS systems So for those of you who are familiar with Brussels and Christchurch from the other day as well, and the Aerosoft VTGS driver, we can use that today, which is really cool. And they've also done a new Terminal 1 landside model. They've switched off the former Schönefeld Terminal 5 lights because it won't be reopened in real life. They've switched off the lighting there in the scenery. They've animated people into the terminals. They've added a couple of static aircraft, mainly around the maintenance areas. Aprons and taxiways now show more signs of usage since the airport's been opened. The skydiving centre VFR object 07 left approach is in. There's a new EasyJet maintenance hangar. A new hotel building at the airport plaza behind the main terminal. There's a new tower model with interiors. That's going to be exciting to look for. Container offices structure between the main apron and the tower. Blast fences around the tower. Perimeter fences around the whole airport. More vehicle parking positions for better compatibility with GSX. That's nice. Added fuel station custom model inside the runway 25 left approach. They've added a spotter location south of the southern runway with people and cars. They've updated the ground layout with many little details changes. They've updated parked cars around the airport to basically increase the amount of parked cars around the airport. They've updated and improved the texture resolution for most buildings. They've improved performance now as well, so all models have LODs now as well in the scenery. Fixed the night illumination and detail of apron lights and collision barriers. They've updated the position of the stand designator signs and added collision barriers. They've added new wigwag models, so runway guard lights. They've updated the taxiway guidance at the main apron. Have virtual courts, road crossings. The apron in the north can now be crossed at one location only. It has in-concrete flashlights at stop bars. Don't know what that means, but it sounds quite complex. Stand positions for less collisions with static equipment updated. More realistic interior lighting for the main terminal updated as well. They've updated all taxi signs updated to reflect the current apron taxiway layout. Taxi signs now cause light on the surrounding terrain as well. They've removed default road overlays within the airport perimeter. They've given the apron spotlights a nice bloom effect for more realism. They've renamed A23 to A11 and A24 to A12. Air stairs can now be requested via ATC at gates with no jetways connected to them. They've fixed updated gate names with Alpha Bravo Charlie appendix as in the real world. They've removed the default road light dots on the apron and airside areas. The terminal sign for B14 was duplicated and B15 was missing. That's now been fixed. And they've fixed some transparencies from airport type designators alongside some of the stop markers. And they've smoothed some bumpy terrain around bridges and the terminal landside. That's a huge amount of tweaks, improvements and updates. The performance update being one of them, to be fair. That's going to be quite good. Audrey says, my flight plan gives me a cruise of 11,000, but at Pole Hill there's a waypoint you have to be at 16. Why doesn't Simbrief give you cruise at 17,000? What's the route, Drew? It may well be there that, just catching up in the live chat, it may well be Simbrief is just getting it wrong like it tends to like to do 50% of the time. Bravo, hello, wants to buy a Navigraph now. I'm comfortable on VATSIM, but I hear people saying they use the older version because they prefer it. Can you download different versions? I don't think you can, no. The new Navigraph is fantastic, Bravo. And if you haven't yet experienced it, then you don't need to kind of unlearn the old style of charts, if that makes sense. But yeah, new Navigraph charts 8 is great. Fritz, via version 2 for Aerosoft Berlin is a free update. MG King, we haven't yet got to Berlin. That is the focus of today's live stream. It's releasing tomorrow. Simon's really excited for the Berlin update. Current version is somewhat lacking, but it's still one of my favourite airports and a major hub for the virtual airline that he's active in, so it helps a lot. we've not flown to Berlin for quite some time, to be fair. Ourselves, I think we smashed it when it first got released. Drew, I think maybe your route is too short, to be honest. Then, IFR wise, certainly, you're going to be flying non-standard, which makes it tough. So I'd probably look for a slightly longer route. Maybe Manchester to Edinburgh. They'll give you a slightly longer route that'll allow you to actually fly the SIDS and stars to the altitudes that they require you to be at. Alex wants to do the Interflug Berlin to Muha flight during Cross the Pond at some point. Adam says, how much does Brussels affect everybody's performance? For me, it's nearly not flyable there. I've not noticed a significant performance issue, to be honest with me. It's full of detail, though. It's wonderful. G, do you think Navigraph will ever go on sale at some time? Probably not, no. If you look at the annual payments, you pay once per year. It's about 90 quid, but you get all of the charts, you get all of the AirAC data that gets updated every month in a format that really does fix some of the issues with the default AirAC system inside Microsoft Flight Simulator already. They support loads of payware aircraft as well. You get a lot of money for that 90 quid each year, to be fair, and a really good flight planning system and chart system within their program. And it then updates SimBrief, so you can use SimBrief with the latest AirAC 2 rather than that one that gets updated once a year. Yeah, old Drew, so I would ignore the climb to 16,000 if that was the case. I think because your route is so short between Manchester and Newcastle, you won't be able to get to 16,000 feet in the climb to then be in descent straight away, if that makes sense. So you'll end up flying a non-standard departure most likely. Ergi, usually around April time, I think, isn't it? The SimBrief default AirAC gets updated. Overhead Aalborg now. In 15 miles, we're passing over Aalborg in Denmark. Can't really see it though. We're kind of just having a little punt over the nose to see if we can see brakes. But yeah, it's nice cloud cover. We've got great contrails from Tim though. Snap that on a little screenshot and we'll see what's going on outside. The EasyJet is somewhere. Niggly says, how come the A320's altitude is set to flight level 370, but in header for Volanta it says 35,500 something feet? That's because the pressure altitude outside the aircraft is a lot lower than that of standard pressure at QNH 1013 or altimeter 2992. We discussed it a little earlier on in the cruise. But effectively, we're flying at flight level, which is QNH 1013 hectopascals. The pressure outside is nearer to 953 hectopascals. So because of that, there's actually almost 2,000 feet difference in the pressure altitude. which is why flying over transition altitude, everybody flies in real life to flight levels, standard pressure as it's also known, so we're all at the same altitude. Otherwise, we would have lots of aircraft flying at different QNHs, all at 37,000 feet, but actually they're all 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, all separated. Flight level gives us that nice standard, international standard, so we can all fly at standard pressure and all be at the same displayed altitude. And therefore, our separation should also all be the same. Simon has the regular nav data subscription from Navigraph to update the nav data AirAx in the aircraft and chart and sim brief as well. That's the real key one, as he's saying there. Doesn't use Navigraph charts though. Uses the free version instead, which is chartfox.org. We've spoke about that before on the channel as well. That's a great way to start getting into charts. Requires a little bit of extra work if they don't have it inside ChartFox. Usually you have to then find the link to the National Air Traffic Authorities, as Simon's saying there, to get the chart directly. But sometimes that's it's a little bit of fun trying to dig around for that too. MPS Gaming, their main hub is Iceland, based at Keflavik, as Ashley's popped in the live chat there as well. Matthew saying there, hello Matthew, hope you're okay. Saying by flying at flight levels, planes are actually throughout the cruise, either slowly climbing or slowly descending. So when we got to cruise at flight level 370 earlier on at the stream, what we should really have done is have a little look to see what the pressure altitude, although I can't see it, it'll be on your screens as you watch the stream. It'd be interesting to know what that figure was as we levelled off a cruise at flight level 370 out of Keflavik compared to what it is shown now. And that basically allows us to work out if we're flying into an area of higher pressure or an area of lower pressure. So we're either slowly descending or slowly climbing. Delta Tango says, I've said it before, but I've really warmed up to the brighter liveries like Play and Spirit and Condor's new T-Tau livery, because it really pops on the screen. It does stand out quite remarkably in the sim, doesn't it? And Air Huggy's livery as well, based in Oslo, Gardermoen. Buck Rider, no, so that is the semicircular rule that you're referring to there, Buck Rider. So that's different to the transition altitudes. What you're thinking of there is if we're flying east or south, we're flying odd flight levels. If we're flying west or north, we're flying even flight levels. Juliet Charlie Mike, it's because it's it doesn't know, well, it's not using the data from our sort of altitude displays and things in the aeroplane. It's using our altitude in the sim. David's just scrolled back, and Alex as well popped back too, said we're climbing, so that means we're slowly flying into an area of higher pressure. Ram says, what good A310 routes would you suggest? That would be, well, down to what scenery you've got and where you would like as well, to be honest. VATSIM's over Czechia, formerly the Czech Republic. Wowzers. Right, back. Had to quickly go and get some water for another post-COVID coughing fit. Good grief. VATSIM, you should join us one day. You're always flying around the fringes, but never with. Like saying outside of FedEx, the A310 routes in the US would generate pretty long through. Though PAR had a JFK to Chicago flight, and later Delta had JFK to Atlanta. There's some good little ones as well. Flight Tim saying, for information, we're catching up a slower A320 at flight level 370, also going into Berlin. We might have to try and find him actually. It might be worth us reverting back to Max 78 then, Tim. In fact, yeah, let's go back to Max 78. Jocks, yeah, we're 07 right. Oh, Ram, that would never come, unfortunately, I don't think. And also, it would be so chaotic with the different market that it offers. Delta Tango, no, unfortunately not. The same methods applies still, sadly. Going into the files and doing the -40 trick. Or you can just go and download my pack from flightsim.to, and in the readme file it tells you how. Effectively, you go into your sim folder, go to local cache, sim objects, find the aeroplane, so flybywire A320, A32NX, click into that and there'll be a camera.config file. If you've already set a custom view already, just replace that camera config file basically. Ikari, welcome. Any plans for business jet streams? Not massively sort of into biz jets. I think they're so niche. I like bigger, heavier jets. Welcome to Matty as well. Good afternoon to you. Click the like button, folks, if you've not done so already. Bogue says, just getting used to the flybywire A320 Neo, then we'll be jumping onto VATSIM. I'm quite nervous about jumping in, however. Any tips, Boag? Go to my website. I'll put the link in the live chat. And the /VATSIM should take you to a page full of VATSIM tutorials. I've just done a whole host of new VATSIM tutorials. Take the time to go through them. They're a lot shorter than the originals, actually, to be fair, but they're full of everything you need to know to get started in VATSIM confidently, including a top 10 tips. Things like starting, as AJ has said, small airports, affiliate airports. Make sure you've got charts, all that sort of thing. Make sure you know how to fly your aircraft, and that includes flying holds, managing speeds, descending in open and managed modes in the Airbus, flying VOR, DME arcs, flying RNAV approaches, ILS approaches, all of that sort of stuff. And then eventually, when you want to learn the 737 BOAG and you purchase the PMDG 737, head back to the website and have a look at those 737 tutorials too. There's a whole load of data for you to basically dig into and enjoy. Kari, pretty much. That's pretty much the next big one that we're all waiting for. Lufthansa 2 Mike Charlie, Bergen to Berlin. It's Seb. Yes, I think we are, to be honest, actually, we've probably either have already or about to overtake him if we're flying a bit quicker. I don't know what Mach he's flying though. Ground speed of 482 knots. Oh, he's going 22 knots quicker. And he's at flight level 390, I think. Or flight level 370, one of them, not sure which. Okay, so in a little while actually we're going to be thinking about descent. That would be the Lufthansa there. He's nice and clear actually, so we shouldn't catch up with him anymore. That's good. Oh, Delta Tango, yeah, so that's not for aircraft like this, where if you do that little control hold, move the yoke, you get to the door and then you get stuck. Right, let's put our arrival data in, shall we? So we were looking at Berlin Brandenburg, arrivals onto ILS 07 right. And then the star is the Ket 07 right, which is via Ketap. And then insert. And then what we'll do is we'll have a little look to see what that gives us in relation to, or in comparison to, the Navigraph charts. So we should have Ketap, Ogba, and then all of these Delta Bravo 511, 21, 31, 32, 36, 46. If we click into the charts for a bit more of a detailed view, we can look at heights and altitudes. So Delta Bravo 511 at or above flight level 80, Ketap, Ogba, Delta Bravo 511. Now interestingly, it doesn't have the altitudes there, though we need to go in here. It says here, current constraint at or above flight level 80, so it's in here still. So it does have the data in there. What I might do is change this. Where is it? So, Delta Bravo 511. I'm going to go into here and I'm going to do flight level 80 instead. So I'm telling now the aeroplane I want to be at flight level 80, not at or above. That'll then rerun the numbers. It's moved the speed limit point further up just after Ogba. And there we go, we've got that constraint at flight level 80. Flight level 60, Delta Bravo 521. It's at or above as a constraint, but we are going to take the shortcut at Delta Bravo 532 or 531 straight onto the ILS, so we've got to be in a position therefore to be ready for that. And therefore we need to be at the lower end. So by changing the constraints to be at instead of at or above, we're still within the rules of the star, at or above flight level 80. By being at flight level 80, we're just tricking the aeroplane to be on a different profile to what we want to be. Maximum of 220 there. We can check that. I think we can go 220 like this. No. Can't remember how to do that one. Delta Bravo 531, there's no constraint required there. Now interestingly, it thinks we've got to climb again. Delta Bravo 536. Take boat at or above 3. So that's where that's wrong. altitude arrow of 4,000 feet there. They're making quite a few changes here, actually. That looks better. So Delta Bravo 521 at 6,000. Then if we stay on the star, we have this very slow, gradual descent round to Tegbo at 3,000, 190 knots, and then ILS approach, 3-degree glide slope. Having a look at this then. Ian Prince, welcome on board. Thank you, buddy. Book Rider says British Avgeek's tutorials are great and his PDF files on the website too are really helpful. That's great to hear. Just catching up on the live chat. Maybe put 220B for the constraints. That's a good idea. Which bits of the star are you deleting? FlyTim says. So I'm not actually deleting any. Instead, what we'll do is at Delta Bravo 521, I'll probably go into vertical speed mode for descent, and I'll go into selected speed mode instead of managed speed mode, and then from there we'll just use heading mode, I think, to vector ourselves to Tegbo. That's probably the easiest way to do it. As Andy's saying, German stars are rarely fully used in real life. Vectoring is kind of the primary use instead. So most likely what we're effectively planning for is this: Ogba, turning left, it's effectively following the star down to 6,000, and then from at that point we're going to step down to 3,000 at Tegbo, and then in the ILS approach like so. Speaking of which, we've got to check the 4-letter code on the MCDU. So IBSE 109.7, course of 065, that's good. Then we want the Brandenburg VORs, 114.1. A lot of German airports will have the distance of the ILS linked to the VOR. In some cases, like Hamburg. What else? Radial 000 from KLF for missed approach. So let's do 115.0. Sorry, 115.15 KLF. We can specify it in that, and then we'll do 360, which is the radial inbound that we want to fly. It's actually 180 degrees for the missed approach, but we'll intercept the outbound radial of 000 or 360 degrees from the Klassendorf VOR for a missed approach. What else? Berlin Brandenburg. We could set a course of 273, or 250 could be a good one, look. That will help our vectors. Oh, FlyTim, that's not good. So I'm going to tune that in as well, just to help with us. And then we need to think about descent. So, the QNH, we went through that a little while ago. EDDB. QNH is 1015. Just going to write this down on my piece of paper. QNH 1015. Temperature is 9 degrees Celsius. Dew point 4 degrees Celsius. Wind 120 at 10. And transition altitude, we'll go for 7,000. Tim, have you had a crash to desktop, buddy? It is in the tablet, but my habits of stuff, I don't really worry about it too much. Tablets, everybody gets their knickers in a twist with the Fenix having a tablet and the PMDG not, for example. Although it's going off topic a little bit, but I barely used the tablet today, and I barely used the tablet in the Fenix as well. FlyTim's just had a complete freeze. That's not good. Anyway, there's the METAR anyway. 1015, 120 at 8, 9 and 4. Which means we're probably going to In fact, I think have you disconnected, I assume, from VATSIM, Ian? They're a nice extra RAM, but it doesn't make the aeroplane fly any better, and for me, I don't really use it. Right, what are we doing? Let's go back to here. We're still doing this, so cut 2 or 3. We'll go for 252. Next one is the consideration of a flat full or config 3 landing. So we'll look at runway length. We're landing on 07 right, which is all the way down here. There's lots of high-speed exits. So Mike 4, Mike 6, Mike 7. So when you're looking at the arrivals, we sort of discuss this every time. One of my little tips, certainly on VATSIM, if you're flying into a busy event, if you're doing any arrivals, you're looking at the star, you're looking at the approach plates as well for the ILS approach, for example. The next thing on your mind is, where am I going after landing? Because you can't stop on the runway and think about it. You've got to plan for an exit if you can, and maybe a secondary exit as a backup, and then know if you're vacating left or right. So at Heathrow, for example, you'll vacate runway 27 left. You'll vacate left or right on Alpha, depending on which terminal you're going to go to. Similarly, here for Berlin, if we aim for Mike 7, that gives us the shortest taxi into the terminal. So that makes sense. And if we plan it right, we'll actually be on the runway for less time than we would if we slowed down for some of these other options. Mike 6 might be the best option to vacate at, because if we miss Mike 6, we then have Mike 7 as a backup. Otherwise, we've got to go all the way to the end, and then we're spending a long time on this 4,000 metre long runway. So I'm going to plan for Mike 6. We might get Mike 4, Mike 6 or Mike 7. We'll just see how it plays out. Now, the runway's 4,000 metres long. Mike 6 is halfway in, which is 2,000 metres in length. I don't think this has it. Landing, here we go. Let me hide Navigraph. Andrew, definitely. Build data, EDDB, pulls in the METAR, runway elevation, 152. Runway heading, 065. Conditions dry. Runway slopes basically 0. Landing distance available, 3,900 meters. Our estimated landing weight, 60 tons. What we can then think about is, we're doing this in good time now, top of descent is at RODEP. Performance, approach speed of 132. Reverse thrust, probably no actually, we could do reverse idle, and we'll go for config 3 first and we'll calculate the numbers. So low auto brake uses, it's a stopping distance, 2,463 meters. If we go for config 4 full, 2463 is the number at low auto brake that I want to see change. 2412. If we go to reverse thrust, 2440, 2412. So I reckon we'll go for reverse idle, all flap. And I reckon that'll have us come off at Mike 6 quite nicely, that. If not, Mike 7. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go for 6,000 for the transition altitude as well, which I think is already in there. 7,000, isn't it? What's the default? 6. We'll leave it as 6. So the missed approach for this is climb on runway track to maximum of 3,000 feet at 2.7 DME from the Brandenburg VOR, BBI, turn right on a radial 360 degrees KLF inbound to the KLF VOR, climb to 4,000 and hold. Have to find what Doc gave us. Okay, Charlie 07. So if we're going to Charlie 07, what I need as well is, what I pin as well usually is the parking stance. Oh, Charlie 07 is literally at the end of Mike 7, we go out Victor 2, entry south, turn right on Echo, and it's literally 5 stands up. Very, very close indeed. The airport, Mike 5 intersection, 07 right, Mike 2. Three 666 meters. I'm going to leave that. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Yeah, we'll go for full flap. Okay, well that's pretty much our pre-flight or our arrival stuff done. Do you have any videos on flying with VORs in the airline, as Fritz says? I've done a few, yeah.
8 inbound rotate for the arrival.
Yeah, I've done a few, Fritz. I can't remember which ones. I think we've done some in the PMTG 737 maybe. I think I must have done one in the CRJ or the A32NX. I can't remember which. I've certainly done one. Done one how to fly a VOR tutorial. Quite a while ago though. Cornelius says I'm looking forward to the PMTG Universal Flight tablet. Flight Tim, sorry to hear that, buddy. Nothing more frustrating than the sim hanging or crashing. Matthew earlier saying, as far as he's concerned, he's a real captain, by the way. Cockpits look better without tablets. Always turned it off before I move in the Fenix. Yeah, I just don't use it. It just sits in the sort of corner of the screens. You know, and as I've said, it doesn't make the aeroplane fly any better either. Alex says, I think it really depends how you do your cockpit flows. The Just Flights 146 have been having issues with SimBreeze downloading since the new update, and it's made the plane quite difficult for me to fly. Interesting, that's not good. And he uses the tablet regularly. In contrast, the landing calculator is great for ensuring you get off at the right exit. Adam, it's really tough to kind of work out, to be honest. It depends on whether or not. Let's just focus on top of descent here. Hold on. I'm going to arm managed mode now. I'm going to set 6 for now. Tim, I'm not sure actually. You'll have to ask people that are a bit more knowledgeable about that kind of thing. We'll set lower auto brake as well for the arrival, and we'll pop the VORs. So BBI and KLF. KLF's for the missed approach. BBI is for our distance to the airport on the ILS.
If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until your aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
VNAV's doing its thing. Christopher's got his Fenix tablet off, but that's because he uses the external iPad for the EFB. That's pretty cool. So you literally have a real-life style iPad in-flight tablet in your hands. That's quite neat. 32 is going to be doing auto brake 2 with no reverses in the 737-800. To be fair, you're flying 10 knots quicker on approach as well, I think, aren't you? Mike 6 is probably the good one, because if you're slow down a little bit before, you can ease off the brakes, or you can also try and assess it so that you can come off the brakes, or take over auto brake anyway, so you have the brakes yourself to control, and just roll off at Mike 7 instead, and then style it out like a pro. Danny, I am excited for the A380, but it's a question we have on every single stream actually. It's still so far away that people need to kind of hold back a bit. It's only worthwhile getting hyped for properly when they turn around and say, we're releasing it in a few weeks. And I can't see it being released until maybe December time, Christmassy sort of time, I don't know. Styling and the cabins being textured and all that, and the model being made to look fantastic is great, but without the brains of the aeroplane working properly, it's not anything yet, is it? That's the thing. So yeah, I'd take a lot of the updates and things like that with a pinch of salt. Same with Bluebird with their 757. Super excited for that, but again, I'm avoiding being hyped for it because I know there is so much work left for them to do. We still don't actually know, A, when the final product is going to finally come. They've said that themselves, they don't know when. They're aiming for, it's more likely going to be Q4 this year. Then we also don't know what level of fidelity it will finally arrive at. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of long calls myself, Christopher. I'm the same as you. It's a long time to just basically sit on your hands.
Traffic, is initiating the descent from the flight level 350 to flight level 050 via arrival TSAP, Berlin traffic.
Aaron's going to be flying the Iceland Air 757 all the time when it releases. It's a great route as well. It's probably going to be a very popular route option actually. A lot of people are excited for that, especially those special liveries that Iceland Air have got. Rich is going in with a 900 ER, love it. Let's have a little look to see what's happening with the jets. Wonderful weather conditions here in our descent. Actually got us 1,000 feet below profile at the moment, according to that little ball there. It says 10, it's 1,000 above. And then as we get closer to, so within 500 feet, we should start to see that ball start to move towards our current altitude. thing there. In the descent though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat. I always do this. 1015 is the local QNH. Let's tune it ready. Same with that. So we can just come out of standard pressure on our descent. As we go through transition level, we can then go straight onto local bits. So. Willie, hello buddy, welcome. Hope you're good. Willie Canuck in the house. Very good, thank you for asking. Yeah, I've got over the COVID, but I've stabbed myself quite nastily in the hand with a screwdriver whilst trying to take the backplate off a watch for my missus to change the battery, and it went halfway through my hand. So at the minute, my mouse hand, my right hand, I have a fairly large dressing that I've got on. But I've dealt with a lot worse, so it's all good. Oh, B. No, I haven't. I still haven't pressed B ever, Andy. What I mean is I just go in to tune it and then go back to standard pressure, so then when we go through transition we just click it and it's already set. Hello Ashley, welcome to you. Yeah, the fly-by-wire needs a lot of respect, doesn't it? That's the thing. It's a wonderful bit of freeware, and I've still got a lot of time for it. I absolutely loved being a quality tester for them, and I did that for over a year and a half, to be fair, helping it grow into what it's become, being part of that team. I'm really proud of what they've achieved. I don't have time for it anymore, which is sad, because I loved QA testing. It was a lot of work, a lot of effort, but in the background I knew, even if it was on days I was testing and not streaming or making videos, I knew that it was contributing to the wider community, and I loved that. It was great. Danny, how many languages do I speak? One well, and then none after that, I suppose. I can speak 1 or 2 words in German, 1 or 2 words in Greek, or 1 or 2 words in Spanish, and that is it. So very badly on most of the languages. Christopher says, why are you using caveman tactics on changing a watch battery? I didn't have anything else suitable, sadly, so I just had to go for it and make it work. Let's get rid of the music now. Ooh, nice, an A400 just flew over your house at 300 feet, Willie. That's epic. Great aircraft as well. Okay, here we go. I can see our top of, bottom of descent marker there at the altitude constraint 6,000 feet, Delta Bravo 521. Oh, we got tower online. 1188. And we got ATIS. So information alpha, let me get it on the screen so you guys can see as well as I read it out. Oh, it's not loaded up yet. Oh, for goodness sake. I'll have to read it out. So, information alpha, time 1550 Zulu. Automated weather message. Expect vectoring for ILS approach. Runways in use 25 left and 25 right. After vacating runway 25 left or 25 right, remain on frequency. Transition level 60. Winds 120 degrees 7 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Clouds overcast 3,200. Temperatures. That's interesting. 25 left or right, that's a concern. And now I'm scrambling to flight radar to see what they're doing in real life. They're literally still using 07. QNH 1015 anyway.
Berlin traffic, player 98 is inbound VOR Lima Whiskey Bravo. Berlin traffic.
1188. Berlin traffic. Player 3 is an A320neo, currently flight level 150, descending to 6000 QNH 1015 inbound. Ketap arrival. 15 track miles to the east of Ogba. I've just been learning how to fly the CRJ by watching our tutorials still, that's good. Andy, so the C-17 was used for the Queen's funeral, I think, from memory. Well, that's really put a spanner in the works now. It's saying vacating runway 25 left or right, remain on frequency, but no, not sim brief. Sim aware. I mean, that's a newish METAR, so or a newish ATIS that they've generated, having come online.
You stabbed your hand with a screwdriver. Ouch. Good thing you're happily married, otherwise it could be a lonely week or two. Screwdrivers are always trouble, something about that orange juice that seems to cause problems. Stick to gin and tonic.
C12, thank you buddy. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the tip. I will stick to gin and tonic. What do you reckon, folks? Quick decision. Do we stick to 07 left or right, or do we go to 25? What is it? 120 degrees, isn't it? 120 degrees. 07 or 25. 15. Where's the wind? Where's the wind? 120 degrees. So wind's there. 7 knots. Okay. Actually, that is a very slight favourable condition for Berlin traffic. Player 3 just noticed the ATIS updating for runway 25 left, 25 right in place. Currently overhead Ogba, going to begin to self-vector to approach 25 left. Berlin traffic. 25 left, Ketap to via Ketap. This is where it's going to really bugger it up. Insert. And now that's really cocked it up. We want nav mode. Look at that. It's added miles onto our route.
Alpha correct. Startup approved. Cleared Copenhagen via Gerga 1 Quebec departure. Climb 5,000 feet. Score 2070.
Cleared to Copenhagen, Gerga 1 Quebec departure, 5,000 feet, and score 2070, Alpine 5689er.
Alpine 5689er, repeat correct.
Berlin Tower, hello, player 3. Currently inbound the field with information alpha. I was expecting runway 07 right. Just confirm runway 25 left, 25 right now in use.
Foxtrot Papa Yankee 3, affirm, active runways are right now 07 left and 07 right.
Yeah, roger, currently vectoring from Ogba. I'll report near to the approach then, player 3, thank you.
No problem.
There you go, folks.
Berlin Tower, Mittag, Lufthansa 2, Mike Charlie. Currently a downwind, direct data Bravo 433, 425, right.
Lufthansa 2, Mike Charlie, Berlin Tower, hello. Yeah, actually it's in the wrong direction right now. The active runways are 07 left and 07 right. So if able, try to try to fly heading, let me see, 220 and you are cleared for ILS to 07 left then.
Okay, just change from 07 left to 25 right. So I turn right heading crossing Berlin and intercept ILS 07 left, the Lufthansa to my turn.
As able, you can also 07 right. No problem.
I'll just put on the text. Can you confirm which runways are in use, please?
No, 07 left should be fine. Just turn around again. Just see it.
And now he's just said 07 left and right.
Wir müssen es mal an der ATIS korrigieren, da steht noch 25 drin in Use.
Das wollte ich nachschieben, das hat mich verwirrt.
Honestly, if I could swear.
Echt leid, obwohl ich eigentlich 07 Betrieb ausgewählt habe. So, jetzt hat er es erst gemacht.
I feel like my poor PC is going to have an absolute fit. Right, ILS 07 right. We're going to go back to this now. Screw it, no star. Insert. There we go. Just give me Tegbo on the display, and I can get us round to it. We'll go old school with this.
Correction 07 left, clear for takeoff.
Ryanair 1 Hotel Whiskey, take off from 07 left.
For any Berlin traffic, player 3 on Unicom, the runways in use are now 07 left and 07 right, contrary to the ATIS information. And I've got 2 aircraft ahead of me now. Very close. All of that mayhem, we've gone below 10,000.
Kilo Lima 30, player 398.
Yeah, I thought they just said the ATIS is wrong, Mikhail, as well in German, as it said there. Now, I don't know who. We've got an aircraft up here somewhere. There he is. Berlin traffic, player 3. I've got an aircraft about 5 miles to the south on TCAS inbound towards Tegbo. I'll try and fit in behind you. Speed 220 knots. So whoever that is, just giving way to them. Centre isn't online, unfortunately. Just tower. Got an aeroplane right up here. Losing altitude. Hello, James. Going well-ish. We go to performance, activate approach. I'm going to go to green dot. Need to check the RadNav page. Make sure that's all updated. Yes, so we've got the correct data in as well. Flap full, we're going for low auto brake. Seatbelt signs, we'll go arm spoilers. Centre is on, its Langen radar is online, but it's for the sector that covers Stuttgart and Frankfurt.
Traffic established on Makaleza, runway 07 right, player 98.
Oh, I can't see 124175 online on my vPilot. Gonna put flaps down, bring up speed to 180. That was really bad timing for us, wasn't it? Because we were at the point of no return where we could vector ourselves onto a downwind leg for 25 right, 25 left again. Or we would be in a position where we would end up flying inbound to 07 and potentially getting it wrong. So we took a punt, we tried. And it was just the point where we had time to then turn back and try and correct it, but now we need to sequence in to everybody else that we've kind of fitted into. So, yeah, that one little mistake with the ATIS has caused us quite a bit of work. Got 5 miles to the guy on Tegbo. Berlin traffic. Player 3 is 5 miles to the south of Tegbo, currently now inbound for the ILS 07 right approach, turning to Tower 118.8, currently number 2 to traffic ahead. Player 3 for Berlin traffic, final call Unicom.
40.07 right via Echo, Victor 2 Bravo and Mike 3, Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray.
Berlin Tower, Alpine 5689, ready for push and start, set stand 3.
Alpine 568901, traffic behind you from right to left. I will call you back.
Roger.
Berlin Tower, hello again. Player 3, information now for A32NX, leave number 2, ILS 07 right, 10 miles, information alpha.
Player 3, Berlin Tower, hello again. Yeah, number 2, wind check 120 degrees, 7 knots.
Roger, player 3. Exactly, AJ. Usually ends up, well, usually it's more sequenced though than that. So Heathrow, they would start to hold or vector people to create a couple of minutes gap to allow. Gear was down, Christopher. Yes, this far out, just because I needed drag more than anything else.
2,500.
Landing rate monitors fired up. Let us know what your predicted rate's going to be.
Player 3, if possible, reduce to a minimum approach speed.
We'll go minimum approach speed, player 3.
Berlin Tower, Lufthansa 2 Mike Charlie established 07.
Here we go. Aerosoft's Berlin version 2 coming tomorrow to Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Runway 07 left, clear to land.
Stunning.
Clear to land, runway 07 left, Lufthansa 2 Mike.
Approach. We've got Lufthansa on 07 left.
2,000.
So, can we see him? No, but look at that.
And Lufthansa 2 Mike Charlie, if possible, reduce to minimum low approach speed.
Reducing minimum approach speed to Mike Charlie.
Wenn das Problem ist, wenn du dem Nachbarn auf der 707 rechts zu nahe kommst, dann muss ich den Going Round geben. Ihr müsst nämlich Minimum 3 Meilen Abstand haben.
Feinheit. Warte.
Ihr seid jetzt bei 3,1, also viel Spaß.
He's on the ground. He's literally just over the threshold now.
Lufthansa to Mike Charlie, go around, I repeat, go around. Tut mir leid, ihr seid jetzt bei 2,5.
Going around to my Charlie.
$1,000.
Get down full flat, 3 green, and landing memos no blue. Yeah, I kind of got the gist of what was being said, Simon.
Clear 98, taxi right on Alpha, hold short, Victor 1.
Right on Alpha.
But we managed to get our sequencing nice, so I was 3 miles behind player 8, 3,
Victor 1.
3, 4, 5 miles I tried to work for. So late landing clearance expected.
Player 3, wind 120 degrees, 7 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land.
Clear land 07 right, player 3.
500. 400.
Gonna be a bit proactive here, just getting that back on the glide slope.
X-ray, traffic 1 mile on 1 mile final, and Airbus A3220 report.
That wind switched around slightly there.
Traffic is inside, Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray.
Schönen Abend, Berlin Tower, Lufthansa 100 Kilo und alles Runway 07 left.
Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray, behind mentioned traffic, line up runway 07 right and wait behind.
20. Retard.
Holding that picture.
Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray.
5.
Lufthansa 18 Kilo, Berlin Tower.
Reverse,
hello,
green. That was surely smoother than 266 foot per minute. Decel.
Hello Tower, Ice Air 456, on final runway
The
07.
Finnair there is holding. High brakes.
456, Berlin Tower, hello.
60 knots. And actually, we're going to come off at Mike 4 now.
Maintain minimum approach speed.
Just to help the guys behind.
More Charlie and minimum approach speed, Ice Air 456. 456. Berlin Tower, schönen guten Abend, Airlines, Papa Whiskey on Line, runway 07 right.
Eurowings to Papa Whiskey, Berlin Tower, hello, number 2.
Number 2, Eurowings to Papa Whiskey.
Player 3, taxi right on Alpha, hold short, Victor 1.
Right Alpha, hold short Victor 1, player 3.
Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray, wind 120 7 knots, runway 07 right, cleared for takeoff.
7 right, clear takeoff, Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray.
Berlin Tower, 980, with taxi to gate.
Player 998, taxi right now on Bravo, next taxiway on right, and hold short Victor 1.
Right on Bravo, hold
So,
Victor 1.
Let's have a look at our touchdown rating in a little bit more detail. So there's the threshold.
Lufthansa 18 Kilo.
Ignore the red X's, the runway's now open.
Runway 07 left, cleared to land.
It says beginning of the touchdown zone, the aiming point, and there's our touchdown actually, the little red dot, perfectly centre of the runway. 1.19 G, 0 bounces, I'll take that. Land better than I can steer on the ground with these tillers. Ugh. Interestingly, if I look at landing rate monitor, the foot per minute was 190 foot per minute there, and 1.07 G, so totally different readings. So here we go. And already, look at that. That's Papa 1, isn't it? Slow down so we can see a little bit clearly. Hour's looking good with its emissives.
Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray ist durch die Unicom, wanted to display, bye bye.
Unicom, Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray, danke, tschüss.
Ice 456, wind 12037 knots, runway 07 right, clear to left.
Hey, you know what? We almost vectored over Tempelhof.
Eurowings 2 Papa Whiskey, maintain minimum approach speed, please.
Minimum first speed, Eurowings 2 Papa Whiskey.
We were told hold short Victor 1, so just going to slowly come to a halt here. One little tip, certainly helps when you're driving around on the apron in real life at Heathrow, but one big...
3, taxi to gate Charlie 10 via Victor 2 and Echo.
Stand Charlie 10, Victor 2 and Echo for player 3, thanks, cheers.
Clear 998, follow company Airbus A3220 to stand Charlie 09.
A little tip, if you don't have a hold point here that's visible, certainly when you're driving, the last point there of infrastructure is where you would stop. Victor 2 and Echo, so next turn. No, we're not doing another leg, unfortunately. Adam, no, this is the new update, so they've improved the LODs. So the airport looks better at a better distance now than it ever did before. This is version 2 of Aerosoft Berlin Brandenburg. It's releasing tomorrow. Mentioned it on approach as well. We're going to explore the airport as we make our way into the stand. Get Charlie 10. Don't need to follow me. GGB. Go with GGB. Even the interior now already looks quite good. So looking forward to exploring this actually. Been a long time since we faffed around or even visited Berlin in the sim. And this is our first glimpse of the new version 2 scenery. Bit of life around the A's and B's roads around the terminal, the airside sections of the roads. That's quite nice to see as well. We are getting an airport tour, Mats. Absolutely. Got to see what this new update is going to bring us all. It's a free update, so those of you who already own it, from tomorrow on the Aerosoft store, at least if you own it via that, you should see an update available for it.
Welcome in Berlin. Taxi to stand Alpha 10 via Lima 5 and Foxtrot.
Charlie 5.
Taxi to stand Alpha 10 via Lima 5 and Foxtrot Lufthansa 1 Kilo.
Charlie 7. Turned engine 2 off now. Let's get the Toby eye tracker fired up so we can look and turn at the same time and keep it nice and swish looking. It's a huge improvement so far, Simon, isn't it? Even from this distance. Charlie 10.
5689, when can we expect the push clearance?
Alpine 5689, sorry for delay, contact imprint please 121 dismay 50.
12185, no problem, Alpine 5689.
It's such a key airport, it was quite bland before, wasn't it?
Eurowings 2 Papa Whiskey, there's still aircraft on the runway, expect late in the clearance. I will call you.
Okay, Eurowings 2 Papa Whiskey.
Interior to the terminal as we approach.
Here via Alpha and Victor 1 leave runway as soon as possible.
Making use of GSX there with his marshalling guidance, creeping towards the runway.
Ice Air 456 contacting ground, goodbye.
Ice 456, roger, 121 dismay 850.
121.85, good day, Ice Air 456.
I was so close, but I'll take it. Engine 1 off, park brake's good. Let's see if we get the Gangnam style dance. And now we have default GSX for this. Oh, that's weird. He just he actually loaded in properly there. So we don't know what the boarding is going to look like. It might be an absolute car crash, but we'll have a little look. All wheel chocks are back on. Well, that was my chocks there, my strobes, but it's not. I'm going to restart QATL because the jetty over there is the one that's been called, so we just need to... There's a few little weird things there. James, so if you haven't purchased it already, if you go to the Aerosoft shop, you can buy it already, version 1, and then wait for the update releasing tomorrow. Oh, you know what we didn't do? The Aerosoft VDGS drivers. So if we go Shift V. Oh, it's not yet available. Maybe that will come tomorrow then. So basically the Aerosoft drivers for the VDGS will become active in the update, which means we can use that fantastic system they've got like at Brussels.
Contact April 121 bye-bye.
That looks like Fritz is about to land, so... Cameras.
Going to Papa Whiskey.
Going to Papa Whiskey, contact April 121
Hey, 121.850, Papa Whiskey 2.
Yeah, they're the GSX jetways, Joey. So what we'll do is we will start here, we'll watch 1 or 2 landings, and then we'll go and explore. How many have we got flying in, folks?
Berlin Tower, Osprey 804 Foxtrot, fully established on runway 07 right.
Osprey 804 Foxtrot, Berlin Tower, hello, number 2, 1 traffic ahead.
We'll wind the time back. Oh, my goodness. Look at that for a view. Yes, yeah, so AirDog, the VDGS system works via Aerosoft's own VDGS sort of program without GSX. It's over the touchdown zone now. Very nice. Fritz absolutely nailing it. And he's in the PMDG 737-900 with our new Osprey Airways livery as well, which you can download for free. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, lots to explore, so whilst everybody's landing, let's go and see what the airport has to offer, shall we? So we'll wind the time back to some more reasonable hours, like daylight, so we can see what's going on.
Lufthansa 2 Mike Charlie, Berlin Tower, hello again. Wind 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 left, clear to...
And then you can see the daylight textures and things as well.
Austrian 490, taxi right on Alpha, hold short of Victor 1.
Right on Alpha, hold short of Victor 1, Osprey.
Oh, that was David.
Austrian 804 Foxtrot, wind 12, correction 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land.
07 right, clear to land, Osprey 804 Foxtrot. Alpine 5689 Echo.
Who knows Berlin? Does anybody watching actually live in Berlin or fly regularly out of Berlin, Brandenburg? It would be interesting to see what you think.
Mike 2, report able Mike 3.
Able for Mike 3 and sector 1.2.
Here comes Fritz. How many more have we got to fly in, folks?
Iceland 5689, Roger, then taxi to intersection Mike 3, please.
Joey says, can we search for the police somewhere on the taxiway shown in the trailer? I think they just drove past on blues, didn't they? On the stand. We'll go and hunt them down. I haven't seen the trailer though, because if it's Aviation Lads, I've actually, in fairness, stopped watching their adverts. It's not really balanced content anymore, it's paid for advertisement. Nice. Look at that. Absolute pro. Thank you to the ATC if you're watching.
Tower, 2472 with you on the glide slope.
That's Ian.
ASEAN 2472, Berlin Tower, hello, number 2.
Number 2, Osprey 2472.
How's the East 175? Still rubbish. It's had a couple of updates, still absolutely very, very far from what could be sort of deemed highly detailed. Little splatters of houses and stuff in the distance there as well, and the bit of road network kind of textured in with photogrammetry. That's a nice improvement too. Michael, thank you, buddy.
Over to ground, 121.8, Osprey 490.
There's the view of air station.
2472, wind 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land.
Clear to land for Osprey 2472.
Oh, look at that, parallel approaches. So we've got one on approach there.
And also an 8
That's a Lufthansa.
Foxtrot taxi right on Alpha Hold Short Victor 1 for now.
And then we have Ian about to land
Right on to Alpha Hold Victor 1, Osprey 804 Foxtrot.
on final there.
And contact apron please, 121 decimal 850, bye bye.
Well, Mary says I've worked there but only once flown from Schönfeld, which is now part of Berlin. They've they've turned the terminal off.
is established, runway 07 right, 10 miles.
God, there's loads of us flying in.
532 Berlin Tower, hello, number 21 traffic ahead.
Number 2, R3532.
Which I think is the last one. So we'll watch these two landings, then we'll fully explore. And there's lots to see, isn't there? There's the touchdown zone, which means they should roll past here. A lot of departures, certainly for the shorter haul flights, depart from this intersection here, which then gives you a 2,300 metre usable runway length for takeoff. Something to bear in mind. You won't always go right down to the bottom here at Berlin. Yeah, what happened to Ouroboros Jet, or whatever that was called? Ouroboros Jets, they were working on the E-Jets.
Mike Charlie, contact April please, 121 decimal 850. Alpine 5689er, traffic on one short final Airbus A3220, report traffic inside.
Oh, look at that. Bang on the centre line. Us Osprey pilots are true professionals.
Traffic inside Alpine 5689.
Alpine 5689er, line up runway 07 right, behind mentioned traffic and wait behind.
He's wiggling his flaps at us.
07 right and wait behind Alpine 5689.
And there's the Alpine flight waiting to depart at the intersection.
472, if possible, extended by taxi, exit on the left, please. Austrian 2472, taxi right on Alpha, hold short of Victor 1.
Now we have another one, very short final. Here we go. He's going to get clearance to land. Bam, bam.
And Alpine 5,
Perfectly separated.
9 wind 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, cleared for takeoff. If possible,
what?
Quick takeoff.
Yeah, we will do a quick takeoff from clear takeoff 25 right, Alpine 5689.
Austrian 532, expect late landing clearance.
FedEx clearance, Osprey 532.
I think the controller messed up there. This is reminiscent. This is very similar to.
Roger, go around and contact.
That's very similar to the American issue, wasn't it?
Stay on my express right now.
Roger, we'll stay on frequency, Osprey 536.
These things happen.
Alpine 5689, hold position, I repeat, hold position, cancel takeoff clearance.
Hold position, Alpine 5689.
RTO. Because that was going to be a conflict. That's a good shout. Ram, these things happen. The great thing is this isn't real life. Yeah, that's it, the FedEx Southwest issue.
Sorry for the delay. Can you take off from there, or do you need to taxi to back?
We are able to do takeoff from here, no problem, Alpine 5689.
Getting spicy.
Alpine 5689, Roger, I will call you back in 1
So we have a bit of time until the Osprey pilot is vectored back around again to have a little look at the airport. A couple of A350s and things parked up. There's a nice little radar beacon there flicking around. A couple of statics modelled in there as well. There's the EasyJet hangar we spoke about. Some of the tweaks and updates. And the Lufthansa Technik hangar too, and some parked up Alpine EasyJet aircraft. Some of the other bits they've worked on as well. We've got the road going underneath.
532, contact 124.175. See you again.
What else have we got here?
175.
We've got 27 right, 07 left as well.
5689, wind 110 9 knots, runway 07 right, cleared for takeoff.
07 right, cleared for takeoff, Alpine 5689.
There's a lot of stuff over there too.
And also 2472, contact April please, 121.850.
Contact ground on 121.850.
The German government's... Oh my goodness. The German government's Airbus A350 and a Beluga's parked up over here. So this is the old Schönefeld side of the airport, I believe. It sounded like there was doubt in the controller's mind as he was giving that out as an instruction, so that would have just been a actually stand by and then just sort of gather what's happening before putting back out again. But then I'm not tower controller trained, so I don't know what it's like pressure wise with that sort of thing. We flick that to night time so you can see all of this at night. This is the cargo centre, and we go back to daylight or a bit of sunset. Sunset's always good, isn't it? Oh, look at this.
Alpine 5689, sorry for delay again. Contact Bremen radar on 124.175. Bye bye.
No problem, and 124.175, Alpine 5689. Bye bye.
They're actually patrolling around the aircraft, which is quite cool. Yeah, the Buck, I've had a couple of go-arounds, to be fair, and I've had a few that are similar to that too. It's they've got to think in a four-dimensional space, which is really, really tough, actually, if you're not used to that anyway at the best of times. But the controllers do a fantastic job. Certainly the German ones are some of the finest anyway. Ah, yeah, the red carpet. Where was the red carpet? Oh yeah, literally here. Oh, look at this. Get your cameras ready. Snap, snap, snap. That's quite neat, isn't it? That's quite cool. Little red carpet, swishy swishy. We're listening out for the Osprey on final again, and we'll zip back towards the runway. You know what, this is kind of like yesterday's Oklahoma City for mini builds. There's just lots and lots of stuff to explore. And the airport's bigger than you realise. We'll find the old Terminal 1 for Schönefeld. That's what they've... or Terminal 5 actually is Schönefeld. That's what they've closed now. They've turned the lights off in real life, so we will have a look at that. Which is this, I believe. So during daylight hours, that's all good. If we switch to night time, the airport is closed in real life. This little section of the airport. Tristan, the little rose menu is Parallel 42's Flow Pro, and you can purchase it on Orbex. Yes, they've turned, this is one of the updates, they've turned the lights off at this terminal. Time. There we are. There we are, it's the old Schönefeld. Signage on the terminal there's sort of fallen off, there's elements of rust and shadowing on it, that's nice. I believe Aerosoft rolled out the red carpet for us, and there's the sign for Berlin at Terminal 5. That's not a bad bit of feedback, Simon, to be honest, for Aerosoft. Maybe having an option like at Ini builds where they have certain things toggleable based on your system spec. Having it toggleable on or off so you could still recreate Schönefeld ops. That could be quite nice. There's the Bahnhof. Deutschbahn. Which I assume is actually an abandoned train station now. Airport World as well. They've modelled that into... What else? It's nice to see they've done bits around the airport. Gives it a bit of life. And with the LOD improvements, look at this. We zoom out and we pan across. We've got the terminal in the backdrop. We've got the maintenance hangars. You can see the A350 parked up. A couple of EasyJets outside that hangar too. And we're all the way over at the Schönefeld apron next to that big guppy beluga. And Andy says it could be the new map for Modern Warfare 2, the new Tarkov. Little waka waka. Little and large. zoom back across. The red carpet bit's pretty cool, isn't it? Sorry for the panning, folks. Hey, look at that. Big Hofner building. Okay, this is cool. They've actually thought about what it's like on the approach as well. So, let me just... Shame we didn't get 27 left, after all. And we were actually vectoring round to that too. Because this would have been our approach. Let me just... bear with me. Look at the road network. Newbrick says Schönfeld station still exists. The S-Bahn trains travel along the runway, then have a stop on a mound near 7 left to turn, join the regional tracks onto the Berlin Terminal 1 and 2 stations in the west. So this is the approach we were going to have, roughly, on 27 left. So you imagine we're on the profile, I don't know, we've got 2 red, 2 white on the Pappies. Look at that, flying in over that retail park here.
Berlin Tower, hello again, Osprey 532, this time with Bravo.
How cool is this?
On runway 07 right, 6 miles.
Osprey 532, Berlin Tower, hello again.
That's very cool.
Wind 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land now, sorry for the delay.
No worries, clear to land, runway 07 right, Osprey 532, it's all in good fun.
Here he comes, just in time. Simon's got the Hofner ad jingle playing in the background. See, that's really nice, because on approach now, if you're flying in on 27 left for the new Berlin Brandenburg version 2 releasing tomorrow, that will... It's a free update if you are just tuning in. For those of you who already own the scenery, it means that on 27 left now, you have an incredibly stunning approach with life around the airport, the road networks, the motorway intersections, the retail park, all there for you to see and enjoy on the approach for both 27 left and 27 right. And that's really impressive. I didn't expect that, actually. Watch one more Osprey come in. Thank you to everybody who's hit likes so far. 92 likes. Great to see. Thank you as well so far to Michael, Seat2 Alpha, Airdog, for your tips. Really generous of you all, and Dan as well for becoming a new channel member. And we've still got all of the terminal to see. And how long have we been on the ground for now? Quite a few minutes. And could you imagine what this would look like when you partner it up, when you pair it up with a custom GSX profile? So all of the custom pushbacks done accurately, the gates and things have passengers working correctly. That's pretty cool. Oops. I see the power pylons in the background as well. There's the windsock. Great touchdown. If we look at the tower, look at that for a spread. Actually, while we're up here, can we see the Rosas? I assume there might be... Are they lands on the video that we're on about? Were they landside or were they airside? The Rosas. Because that'll influence where we actually look for them.
Osprey 532, taxi right on Alpha, hold short of Victor 1.
Right on Alpha and hold short of Victor 1, Osprey 532.
Look at that, they're using all the little A's and B roads, all the vehicles below. That's nice to see. Ram said on a taxiway. Was anything in the background that gave us an indication for what taxiway? There's the tower interior. Nice on the outside, so you can see good glass textures. There's the Osprey. And they've got the interior, which is nice. She's doing a little loop. Disappears the other side of the beacon, then pops back the other side of the barrier again. There we are. Because, yeah, we've just had a power cut. Can. Right, anyway, we are working at getting the sim fired back in again. The whole house has had a massive power cut, well, the whole street had a power cut. It's the third in 3 days, actually. Steve's saying that we've had several in Banbury today as well. That's strange. I'm not too far from you, actually. I'm on the other side of Tame, down the M40, near Risborough. Well, basically near Benson, actually. That's effectively where I live, Benson. Sorry about that, folks. No control over the weirdness of power cuts. Over the last 3 or 4 days, they've always been through the evening. I've woken up at night, woken up in the morning, and seen we've had my alarm system go into battery backup and all that sort of stuff on my notifications. It doesn't impact you at night time. Yeah, weird. We've yes, third in about 2 or 3 days now, so I'm hoping this hasn't broke the sim though, because the whole thing just shut off. Joey saying on the trailer video, the police event is on a taxiway before the runway ahead sign, with the runway sign saying 25 left or 25 right or 07 left, so I assume it's one of the last taxiways from 7 left. We will explore that, because we haven't finished exploring the version 2 update for Aerosoft's Berlin Brandenburg Airport scenery. If you are wondering what on earth is going on and you've just joined us, it's because we are rebooting the sim after I've had a power cut. So now you get to see how long it takes for my flight sim to actually boot from 0 all the way through, although those of you watching the other day got the rather enjoyable experience of seeing that as well. 3 times in fact. Piano says, how do you keep the stream running with no power? It's one of the settings I've got, just as a safety cutoff, I suppose, where I have to physically click a button to end the stream on YouTube's live studio. And I can either do that on my phone, should it be a prolonged power cut, but this literally went off and then went back on again. I could hear it click downstairs with some of the stuff that I've got. Yeah, it does it too. It was a great go around. And a nice decision as well, actually, just before minimums. Just declaring that go around and getting on with it. And thankfully, just able to see it. What this has done, though, in a way, is actually cleared my all of my cache stuff as well. My standby list and everything. It's all fresh. And we got to see everybody land. So we were going through it a little earlier on. What I'll do is I'll go through the list of things that Aerosoft have said are included in the update. We've seen some of them already. Those of you who are watching pre-power cut. find the email from Aerosoft marketing heads. So noticeable new features. Now compatible with Xbox. They've got dense animated custom ground traffic with applicable lights and sounds. Apron Echo extension, including static GPUs. Apron Alpha extension as well. The Aerosoft VDGS driver for the Honeywell VDGS systems. New Terminal 1 landside model. They've switched off Terminal 5, we saw that, so they've turned off all the lights because it won't be reopened. Some static aircraft around maintenance as we saw. More wear and tear around the aprons and taxiways. Skydiving Centre VFR object for the 07 left approach. I don't know where that is, so we need to try and find that. New EasyJet maintenance hangar. We saw that. We have to see around the main terminal buildings, the hotel building, the airport plaza. We had a little look at the new tower model with its interior. The textures of the tower outside look fantastic. And more, which we will have a look at when we do get back in. Hopefully, if somebody inside the sim still connected, perhaps, if anybody is still, say thank you to the controllers for us and just explain that I would not ordinarily say thank you to the ATC always, providing my power isn't updated, interrupted. Sorry, not updated. Oh, thank you, Ian. Bless you. Appreciate that. I never like to think ATC, you just see us just log off. Yeah. I always worry about that sort of stuff. Brit saying, I'm very fortunate to have a stable power. I sometimes forget how disruptive it can be. You know what? We were going through periods of having more and more power cuts in our old house, but they never affected streams, touch wood. They were always when we were either asleep or out the house, that sort of thing. This is I think the first time in a couple of years since we've had anything like that. Mark saying hello, been watching on screen 2 whilst working, really nice flight, great to hear. Like the new livery, do you need to be part of your virtual airline to use it? Yeah, the Osprey Holidays livery, absolutely. What I would probably suggest is, well, sign up to Osprey. There's no commitment, Mark. You can fly once a month if you want, or once every 2 months if you want, and log it via landing rate monitor. You don't have to fly on VATSIM with it either. You can fly offline. It's quite flexible as a virtual airline. Yes, MPS Gaming. My system already struggles as it is. That's the thing. It's you know, it's in need of replacement really, but just the sheer cost of a new rig. It's priced at $3.5 grand approximately for what I need. I don't know many people that can throw that amount of money really. And I don't even know how to start with uninterrupted power supplies. It's not, yeah, power cuts certainly are not healthy for any electronic devices. And it's more so when the power comes back on again, isn't it? That's the biggest concern with things like that, having a bit of a surge, power surge, that sort of thing. It can fry parts. Night Shepherd, thank you. Boosting the server over on Discord. Appreciate that. Juliet Charlie Max says just grab a uninterrupted power supply that's around 1,000 kilovolts amps or so. That will give you enough time to just shut down properly. My goodness. Yeah, Mark, head over to the website britishafgeek.com. Head to the Osprey Airways tab, and there's a little bit of information there to help you sort of get started. I've had a mare today, folks, haven't I? I've stabbed myself in the hand with a screwdriver quite nastily, which we've got dressed up and all that sort of stuff. And we've just had a big old power cut. What I'll do is oh no, I did pin it already. COVID brain. Yeah, that's a question, I guess, for those of you watching. How many people in the live chat have got an uninterrupted power supply? I'll do a quick poll. There you go. There's a poll. I'm interested to know as well now. Oh, Dursey2, was it you that was asking earlier on about the, while we're here, seems we're in the menu, somebody was asking the other day about the Turtle Beach Velocity 1, the fact, if you unplug the yoke from the throttle, how does that work? So, Velocity 1 yoke is this tab here, the throttle is the separate tab there, and they both work independently. So now if I unplug the, which one is it? Blue, the throttle, interesting that it's still there, so I wonder if it still expects to see it there, but it doesn't break it. Okay, where were we? We were in Berlin. Berlin Brandenburg. No, that's Tempelhof. There's Berlin. Right, let's go back to where we were, and we'll go back in at about daytime. Boom. I do ram. Yeah, Ian, I know, right? So it's interesting, actually. There's a bit of a 50-50 split, almost, for uninterrupted power supplies in that poll. Yeah, very strange. I mean, I don't have one. I have my, as someone else said in the live chat a minute ago, I've got my system plugged into surge protected power cables and things like that, so we do get power cuts. The theory there is I've got a little bit of a safety margin, a safety net for us. Right, there we go. Let's pretend like nothing ever happened. Whee! Toby eye tracker's working again. Try not to break the sim. Hold on. Whoa. There we go. Oh god. Insanity. There. Stand by. Oof. Charlie 9. Okay, so that's something that's broken. Stand Charlie 10 is where we spawned. So that's here, the actual spawn point. So that's something that they could do with fixing. Cameras, but I do have a pre-release release candidate thing, so it's not the exact one. In fairness. What we got? It's about 8, isn't it? Or 6. Round about there. And also we need to get rid of GSX. So the jetways, that's you have to ignore that because they're actually GSX jetways that have gone into here. So it kind of wrecks the interior of the terminal somewhat. Because GSX still requires you to disable the third-party airport, even though I've already done it manually. It looks like I have to do it again. So that's something else when we are going about jetways and things. So actually, maybe I can do that on the fly. FS Dream Team installer. Can you tweak the custom jetways and stuff in GSX whilst in the sim, or do you have to refresh the sim? Ah, Fritz says you have to restart. Boo! What if you were to go into dev mode and recompile the packages and things? Yeah, EDDB jetways BGL. Oh well, we're reloading QATL anyway. I'll see if it maybe forces it in, but we'll have to ignore the jetties. That's my bad. 07 left, wasn't it, for that weird police thing or something? Somebody was saying. I can't see that being in the scenery. I think surely that's just them mucking around with their advert style stuff that they do, where they blurred the truth. Aviation lads. So what did we see? Cameras. Live weather's finally fed back in again. Lazaros Kalispera. It says the airport has to be reloaded. Alex, no worries, buddy. Have a good day. Well, shall we restart the... Oh, actually, the airport itself, the files need to be reloaded, right? Here's a little bit of an oil terminal. It's nice to see in some of the more remote areas of the airfield, like the maintenance hangars, they've added the statics. There's little bits of clutter that have been carefully placed. Knowing that people are going to be using VATSIM more than likely with their scenery, they've placed it all in really considerate places. Lufthansa Bombardier Aviation Service. I'm surprised they haven't put some of their own CRJs in there as statics. That would have been quite a smart move, I think. Yes, it's a full restart of the sim required then, isn't it? No bother. Okay, let's approach the terminal. Look at that. Wow. This is a huge improvement, isn't it? They're going big with version 2. Yeah, so it's created by LimeSim, but now the packaging for it is Aerosoft Airport, not LimeSim Berlin like the original version. I mean, I really like the fact they've got cars moving around as well, driving around in the road area. That's quite smart. They've got their in-terminal to the building as well. Those two, yeah, tomorrow. If we wind the time to night time. Have a little look at the terminal in reverse. I love how developers are now bringing the airport to life. Little things like the vehicles driving around properly. It's really quite cool. Awesome, Dusty. Yeah, it's a free update for those who already own it. We zip back to normal time. So what have we got here? Not much of an interior of this little section, but that's fine, no biggie. We'll just punch through this gap. And we've got elements of the terminal modelled in, with people moving around too. Morse, yeah, the new experimental and development branch for flybywire's A32NX have been updated. Less stutters, better performance. Where's the I think that's the ambulance. Yeah. I mean, even this is quite cool. Ground vehicles actually mooching around the airport. The glass textures are remarkably good. What we got here? They're actually doing the roundabout. That's very cool. It's the small things. Where'd he go? Oh, he's actually boarded the gate, if that makes sense. Where did he go? That means we've got to see another one as well. There must be another gate that has something similar. I mean, hopefully you guys saw that, because I don't know when it's going to repeat itself as an animation, but there was somebody queuing at the gate waiting to board the flight, and then they just sort of disappeared. Oops. Keep our eye out on some of these gates as we move through to see if we get something similar. So like some of the interior isn't particularly mind-blowing. Oh, there you go. Is he going? A different person, so maybe not. Yeah, that's the beauty of the glass gates. If we had a custom GSX profile for this, what we'll be able to do... Ah, so it's this guy. Here we go. Watch him. That me going actually through him. We'll just watch him from here. Yes, Delta Tango saying, with the glass gates, what you can do on GSX is customize these guys walk in as they disappear through the gate area. Whatever he's about to do, you can then have passenger walkers the other side of the glass gate. Oh, it's a different animation. They've tricked us. Oh, for goodness sake, press the wrong button again. Yeah, so you can have them actually do the walk, which is quite smart. Let's whiz through, because I want to try and find to see if that police thing that people are talking about is there. So 07 right or 27 left. Should be here somewhere, right? Hey, look at the runway lighting as well. They've got the red lights every sort of alternating towards the end. Oh, that's like a Christmas tree. And I mean, it's got elements of an interior as we just saw. It's not a fully detailed interior. Okay. Right, no job cards there. That's 2-5 right. Are we at the right side of the airport for seeing this, do you think? Oh, look at that. They've even got that area sort of detailed too. Maybe it's on the other side of this runway. Let's find it. Let's do the drone camera up. Here we go. I can see them. They are actually there. I'll take it back. It wasn't advert juice. Hurricane factory as well. I've done a couple of little bits around the sides of the airport too. Oops. Let's bring the camera down with flow. I wonder if this is going to be the Swampies. Sorry, protesters. Getting carted off. They're patrolling like chameleon. Now we can run them over with the 737 and download a free Pajero. Imagining doing it here though, where like it's a taxiway that's just not going to cause an impact. Oh, it actually is Swampies. Ooh. It's quite cool Aerosoft have done that. They always do. There's always usually a little Easter egg somewhere with an element of humour involved. And I think this is it. This is great. The guy on the left on the bike is going to get very dizzy. Climate stuff, Fritz, usually. Absolutely, Joey. It's nice. I like little touches to elements of current affairs and reality that we kind of have to deal with in day-to-day life as well. There we go. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it today. Thank you to everybody who flew along, and thanks for bearing with us as well throughout the that weird power cut that we just had. I'm going to flick the time forwards to that wonderful sunset that we love in the sim. In fact, what about daylight? Oh, yes. How about that for sunrise ops in Berlin? Watch that sun come up. Oh, that's pretty cool. So Berlin Brandenburg version 2.0 is releasing tomorrow on the Aerosoft store. Those of you who already own it, you can download that for free. It's going to be included in the Aerosoft store as a free update. And if you haven't already purchased it, look at that. That's a screenshot in itself. You can grab it on the Aerosoft store. Thanks to everyone who flew along. Again, yeah, weird power cut. Hopefully that's the last of them for a very long time, but who knows? Putin doesn't like England at the moment. And yeah, hope you guys have enjoyed what has been a fantastic week of preview streams. We've also found out throughout today that RD Preset's next airport, their next airport is going to be Gibraltar. The developer RD Preset and the New Zealand World Update, for which we previewed Christchurch the other day, is releasing on Thursday. So hope you guys have a great week ahead. The next live stream is going to be at some point next week, or potentially one day on the weekend, depending what happens with my night shifts. Unfortunately, I'm back on nights again, aren't I? I'm going to leave you with this wonderful view of Berlin. Thank you very much for watching, hitting the like button, taking part in the votes, the polls, sticking with us throughout the power cut, flying along as well for those of you who flew along, and thank you very much of course too to the ATC both ends. And I will see you guys the other side of the weekend post New Zealand World Update. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for flying with us, and I will see you in a few days. Take care.